Hey there, folks. I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and I'm live tonight. I'm trying to keep myself awake until 2 in the morning because my son is at a band competition tonight. Poppy fell asleep in the rocking chair. He has to go pick him up. Well, if he's asleep, he's not going to hear his phone go off. So I have to hear it. So I'm awake so that he can wake up when it's time to go get the boy. And it's probably going to be close to 2 in the morning, maybe 1:30-ish. But I don't know. Anyhow, I'm up and I'm here and I've got the filter on. Look. Hey, Joe, how are you? Thanks for coming in. I hate this stinking light. It gets in my glasses and I can't see a thing. Hey, Terry, how are you? I'm sorry for my mess. I haven't cleaned up back here today, so don't pay no. Hey, Omi, how are you doing tonight? Anyhow, look, me and Poppy were on our way home from dinner the other night. It's been about 3 nights ago. And we were just goofing around, right? We're just dropping in. We'll be 10. Okay, all right then. Anyhow, we're driving home from the town next to us, and we had dinner out there, and we were just goofing off and, kind of teasing each other a little bit. And I was talking about maybe getting a job, and he said, what are you going to do? You can't drive. How are you going to get a job? I said, well, I don't know yet. And 10 on the side as I'm doing things on the computer. That's fine, Joe. Don't worry about it. So he looks at me. He says, well, you could do OnlyFans with your feet. I said, what? I said, well, let me think about this. How could I do OnlyFans with my feet? I said, you know what I could do? I could put a little tutu around my feet and paint faces and put costumes on my feet. I said, I could do Wonder Woman and I could do a nurse costume. And what else did I say? Oh, a Catholic girl plaid skirt and all that stuff. He started laughing so hard, I thought he was going to crash the truck, y'all. But I thought that was kind of a funny thing. It brightened up. Look, we had a rough week. We had a really rough week. For those of you who don't know, my brother, unfortunately, was life-flighted to a hospital in Georgia, Augusta, last week on Tuesday night with a brain bleed. And they did surgery Wednesday morning, and they took a couple of chunks out of his skull to give his brain time to, to release the pressure. And they evacuated all the blood that was underneath the skull. And thankfully, you ain't going to believe this. This happened. He got surgery Wednesday morning. They sent him home yesterday. He's fine. He has no neurological deficits. And as far as I'm concerned, it's an absolute miracle. So do what you want with that. But it's been a hard week. I've been very, very worried and, just a little anxious. Omi, you are you pregnant, my friend? Bless your heart. You were on a road trip and your feet and legs are swollen. Oh, yeah, that sucks. So when is the little bundle due, my friend? Eyes purple. Yeah, I know. It's amazing that he survived, and it's amazing. Let me tell you, the crazy thing about it is he said he had a headache for 5 weeks. And he went to the doctor a few weeks ago, and they told him he had high blood pressure. February or March. Well, you're not even halfway, girl. This ain't even the hard part. What are you talking about? But anyhow, he went to the doctor. They gave him something right then in the doctor's office to lower his blood pressure because it was so high. I think they said 180 over 135, which is terrible. And it lowered it. He went home with a prescription, for blood pressure. And the headache didn't go away. So when he went back this week for a follow-up, he told the doctor it hadn't gone away yet. So they did a scan and found the problem. So it's just, the doctor said after the surgery that if that amount of blood had happened all at once, the bleed had happened all at once in his head, he wouldn't be here. But because it happened slowly over a period of time, that's what saved him. So, yeah, it was crazy, y'all. It was crazy. We very, very lucky in our family that we have not had any major tragedies in quite a few years. I think the last one was probably about 25 years ago when my brother, my very younger brother, not the same one, but he was holding on to the back of a motorcycle and he was riding on a skateboard. And of course that ended badly. He ended up tumbling head over heels and cracked his skull back here. And he was in the hospital for a while after that, but it worked out, it worked out. DJ, I'm going to get you a link. Okay. Let me see what you said, Omi. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second, my baby. Oh, gosh. Come on, computer, work. Paste. Yes, that was crazy high. My word, it's like he caught it before he would have had a stroke. Or yes. And it's just so crazy. I told my daughter today because she was saying, why would somebody survive that? And I told her, I said, sometimes people, we as individuals, we all have a will to live. And so does our body. Our body has a will to live of its own accord. And it will take over sometimes and just fight for us.
I hope you're okay with me right there.
Where's your shirt? I'll let it slide this time.
And that's the whole hundreds of times I did it before.
With your bad self. Quit. And Terry says hello to DJ.
Hey,
Always what? Always naked. Ain't that the truth? Of course, down here in the South, we call it naked.
I'm not always.
We don't call it naked. We call it naked. Oh, goodness. Y'all going to have to keep me awake. Poppy is sleeping. And he has to go pick my son up at somewhere between 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And so I'm trying really hard. I'm so tired. I cannot even tell you. I did not have a nap today. And I should be ashamed of myself. I like to take about an hour-long nap every day. And I know a lot of people don't have that luxury. But me and DJ do.
Yeah.
Usually when I take a nap, it's my daughter's at school, at college, and my son's at school, and I get bored, and I finish the dishes, and I finish the laundry. It's like, what am I going to do now? I'll just go to sleep. Just go to sleep, Charlotte. I need to send Marcel a invite. So if you guys would bear with me for like just a minute so I can get this sent out, because I promised her I'd send her one if I went live tonight, okay?
Sure.
Messages. Heck, I might as well send one to Patrick too, because Patrick, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, know about it.
Well, I think he's working different hours and different days now.
Yeah.
And hang on, paste. Hey, live. Hey DJ, how do I fix a key that sticks and won't type?
You try to get a nail onto it and pull it up. That's the way I do it.
Okay. I mean, it'll type sometimes, but about every other keystroke, it sticks and it won't type. And then I have to bang on it a little bit and it'll work.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And, that's what I'm saying. Try to get a nail onto it and see if you can pry it up. Because knowing you're typing on the keyboard on your Chromebook.
Yes, I am.
And there's no way you could get that replaced. I know that.
No. It hang on one second. You know what? I have never been able to type and talk at the same time ever in my life.
Neither have I.
And I hate that, but it's just part of my charm. So, DJ, what have you been up to this week?
Not much.
Really?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm just like, I have a video I need to edit. I haven't edited yet.
Uh-huh.
I haven't put out an actual video in what feels like a few years.
Years?
It feels like it.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's actually been a few months, but and the only content on my channel right now are my 2 weekly live streams. So
Okay.
Yeah. So I am producing content because one of my live streams is top focus. So I am talking about cartoons, but not as often as I used to,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I'm just ready to kind of get that energy back because and this is mainly on me and the topic I do. But I feel unless it's not included my Tuesday Night Live, I feel like I have covered every show twice.
Oh, yeah.
And Terry, I did not want to talk about that right now.
You know I had to put that on the screen, don't you? I had to. I just had to. Hey,
I know
Rudy.
you. I know you had to. I just don't want to talk about it right now.
Well, do you have everything you need to accomplish the goal?
Yes, I have everything down here in my mailbox.
Okay.
So, yeah, I got everything. It's ready to go. But I have to do it for approximately 5 to 6 nights during
I thought
that.
it was just a 24-hour thing that you had to do. I didn't think you had to do it all that. Just a one-time deal.
Oh no, it's
Who agreed to that, DJ? Stop gambling. Stop gambling with your dignity.
yeah, you tell me. I mean, you know the full facts on it. I bet even Terry remembers this, but this isn't the first. It's the second bet I lost this
I know.
year.
I know.
So yeah,
Well, please take my
and
advice.
I will, but
This is the granny advice. Don't gamble your dignity away.
yeah, but
See, you'll remember that your whole life.
do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
I tend to pick up my foot and stuff in my mouth. So
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes you do.
yeah, yeah, I'd say I'm not gonna make them, but sometime next year it might happen. So I mean, all jokes aside,
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind doing it,
Right.
but it's just a show that I really don't like and never like.
Yeah, I know you never liked it from the get-go. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I mean, doing the bet
Well, you
on
could bet that you would be Batman all week or Ren and Stimpy or I don't know.
yeah, but that would have been way too easy.
Yeah, it would have.
You know that,
I know.
like, I
Hang on
mean,
one second. I got to let my dog in because she's barking her full head off out there in the yard,
okay,
probably annoying my neighbor.
okay, so,
So, Dinah, you better come in here. Go night night. Go night night. Good girl. Good girl. There. That was quick, huh?
how old is she now?
Oh my God. She's at least 14. Well, according to when we got her from the shelter, they said she was about 6. And we've had her a good 8 years now. So
Okay,
if I go off of that, she's at least 14.
yeah,
Yeah. She's old. She went blind in this eye. She's got a
yeah,
real bad cataract. And she has a hard time holding her bladder, like most old ladies do. And but other than that, she's perfectly healthy and acts like a puppy when she gets out there with the chickens. It's ridiculous to see them because the chickens are in their coop, And it's
Yeah.
big. It's Poppy built a new coop for me, and it's like 11 feet deep and 20 feet across, give or take.
Nice.
It's huge. And so she runs around it and plays with them. And of course, they run, and it's really funny.
Cool.
Yeah. And I'm not want to talk. Look, when I told my son about my egg disaster this week, y'all,
Yeah.
for those who don't know, DJ knows what happened, but nobody else does for the most part.
Yeah.
I cracked one of my chicken's eggs. And you know how when you have chicken, it gets a little blood spot in the yolk? Well, I don't eat those. I throw them out. So I was trying to make my grandson an egg, and I got one of those blood spots in the egg, and I threw it out. And I went to grab another egg, and I cracked it, and the stinking thing exploded in my hand. And I thought I was going to die. Period. At first, I was shocked, and I didn't really know what happened. And I looked down, and it was, oh my God, it landed in the floor and all over the counter in front of me. And I didn't realize it till later, but it had landed on my shirt. And the stench hit me in the face like a brick wall. And I started gagging, and I didn't stop for like 20 minutes because that's how long it took me to clean up the egg mess, the counters. I bleached everything. And the funniest part of the whole thing is I was walking around the house and I kept smelling it. And I'm like, oh my God, the bleach had to have killed that smell. And so I went back through and I used vinegar all over the counters, all over the floor, all over everything. And I still kept smelling. I went and sat down in the living room and I was going to relax, and I smelled that smell again. And then I looked down, and all these specks were all over my shirt. And I'm like, well, that's where the stench is coming from. It's me.
Yeah, guys, allow me to say I'm surprised to not calculate now.
I'm surprised too. I am. I'm surprised I'm not gagging right now because I was like, it was so gross.
Yeah.
It was the most disgusting. The only thing I can think of that might smell worse than a rotten egg exploding in your house is a 2-week-old dead body. I'm just saying. And I don't know what that smells like. I can only imagine. But that's the worst thing that's ever been in my house. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
But that was my Friday the 13th.
Yeah, and from that to
you know what I did, DJ? I went through. I had like 8 eggs in this little. I keep them in a little galvanized steel container, like a planter, on my countertop. I threw every one of them in the garbage, and I hated to do it, because they're good eggs, most of them, I think. But I wasn't willing to take a chance of another one doing that. Not at all.
Well, let me just say, I mean, overall, you're lucky they didn't cost.
Y'all are not going to believe this. We just got a message from the band director.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Bearcat Band. 3rd place in class and 3rd place overall, 20 total bands. Great job. One more competition to go.
Nice.
That's amazing.
That's
Place one year, but
Here. Do what, honey?
No, I'm just being an asshole.
Yeah, you're being catty.
Shady.
You shady little girl.
I'm, what I would say is, you're lucky you don't have to buy eggs.
Yes.
I mean,
You are correct.
Can you imagine if that happened if you bought those eggs?
Oh no, because I'd be taking them right back to the store and saying, I need to switch these eggs out.
Yeah. So I'm
Great.
definitely gonna say you're lucky you don't buy eggs.
Right.
You just get them. So,
Well, it was my fault, DJ, really, because I should have been more aware of how old that egg was. They don't do that unless they're too old. And I should have either, one of the things Poppy said to me today was we ought to start writing the dates on the eggs. Because honestly, you can keep a fresh chicken egg on your counter for 2 or 3 weeks and it'll be fine.
yeah.
You know.
But after about a month or so, it's kind of sketchy.
But yeah, it's sketchy.
It is like spicy nuts.
Y'all, I am trying to do a live stream, please.
Your mom.
I guess
Yeah.
my family wants to be in my live stream with me.
Well, I did think you said. I thought you said Poppy was asleep.
He was, and Violet went in there and woke him up. Dad, Dad,
Yeah.
you did what?
I didn't do nothing.
Yes, you did. I heard you.
What'd I do?
Dad.
In the living room?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No, that was
that's
me.
what I thought.
Yeah. Like the Lion King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am so proud of those kids. I cannot even tell you.
Yeah, no, that's good.
That
Honestly.
is. Well, they got one more competition in 2 weeks, and then it's over until indoor season. If they get to do indoor season this year, I hope they do. That's my favorite. Marching band is fun enough, but it gets old after a while.
I did not mean to do that.
Oh, that's okay. We like thumbs up around here. If you're lurking in the background, just go ahead and hit that thumbs up.
Yeah, and that happened because it's part of my computer software.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah.
I see. But yeah. Indoor season is a lot more fun to me. It's more exciting and it's faster. It doesn't last as long, put it that way.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, no. But, yeah.
So y'all are failing miserably at keeping me awake. You know what I want to do right now is just pass out.
I know, but
You are so mean.
Y'all are failing.
You're so
I mean, yes. Hey, seventh son.
Hey, seventh son, how are you? You'll keep me awake, won't you? I need dad jokes.
Yeah, he will make it if I know that.
He certainly will. Ahoy, back at you. Ahoy,
Yeah,
back.
and
What?
Show them these.
Okay,
It'll keep you awake.
all right. So my daughter, she has subscribed to this box every month. Would you stop
Okay.
making so much noise, please?
You told me
Please.
You said you needed to be awake. I'll be noisy.
No, go in your room and go away. Go away. God. Okay, so she has a subscription of a box she gets every month, and it's different snacks from all different countries of the world, and every month it's a different country. The first one was from Greece, and we tasted it, and it was most of the snacks were really, really good. And it was anything from little candies to chips and cakes and all different types of snacks, cookies. And of course, she makes us sit down in the living room all together, and each of us has to taste it with her. I think she's afraid to dig into it by herself. So last month, okay, the first month was Greece. Second month was the Czech Republic.
Okay.
It was awful. awful. None of us, I think there was only one snack of the whole box that we actually liked. And the rest of them, there was 2 of them that me and Violet were gagging over. They were so bad. One was like a spice cake with chocolate all the top of it and then a plum filling. And
Yeah.
it was horrific. You couldn't, it was too many flavors and they just didn't go together and it was gross. So, but this month she got a box from Germany.
Okay.
And one of them is this candy bar here with something called forest fruit. The chocolate part, we tasted this, and it's supposed to be like a raspberry, blackberry, blueberry type combination.
Yeah.
You would think that sounded good, right? The chocolate is good, but the filling tastes like, remember when you were a little kid and you had to get antibiotics and it was that pink penicillin, amoxicillin stuff?
Yeah.
That's what it tastes like. Terrible.
Yeah.
We don't like this one.
Okay.
So the next one was this little cookie bar here. And it is a wafer type cookie dipped in chocolate with little bits of coconut on it. This is delicious. Absolutely delicious. Hey, Alex. Hey, Dwayne.
I was doing one chocolate real.
This little doodad here is like a little Debbie Swiss cake.
Yeah.
Only it has a chocolate hazelnut filling. See there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Violet really liked it. I did not. It almost had like a shh. It almost tasted like it had liquor in it. And I have a feeling it's because of the extract they used to flavor the chocolate. But I did not care for this as much. And the texture of it was a little different than what I'm used to. So then I forget what, these were delicious. These are little cheese puffs. And they look like this. And they are flavored with prosciutto. What else?
Cheese.
What kind of cheese?
Cheddar.
Cheddar cheese.
And rosemary.
They are absolutely delicious.
Nice.
I love them. And then there was another snack. We don't know the names of these snacks. And I'll tell you why. We can't read them because we don't know German. So we're just flying by the seat of our pants, right? I forgot how to say this. We looked this one up.
Stracciatella.
Stracciatella.
Okay.
Stracciatella. And it's a real nice creamy nougat in the middle with this, is it coffee or?
It's chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip, crunchy chocolate chips on the inside. I don't know if you can see the little specks.
Yeah.
But they're itty bitty little specks. And then it has the chocolate coating on the outside. These are absolutely delicious little bonbons. And then these are kind of like veggie straws, but they're awful. Now, Violet really liked them. And Poppy liked them. But to me, these things are ketchup flavored chips, puffs of some sort.
Okay.
Even when you smell it, it's like smelling the inside of a ketchup bottle. And I did not care for them at all. I cannot eat. Okay, Seventh Son said, I just found out I'm colorblind. The news came out of the orange. Cinderella's so bad at soccer. She kept running away from the ball. I love it. Okay, now, Now we have what? 2 more left? 3 more left.
Yeah.
Okay. This is crazy, y'all. Okay. I don't know what these are called. I forget.
They're ox eyes.
Ox eyes.
Okay.
And the filling in the center of this little like short, it's almost like it's shaped like a shortbread cookie.
Yeah.
And then the filling is a cherry flavor,
Yeah.
but it's a soft cookie and it's very grainy. And I didn't care for the texture. The flavor was okay, but the texture, oh my gosh, I didn't like it. And I do not like the filling at all. But in this cookie's defense, I have never liked cookies like this. Never.
Yeah. No.
Mother used to buy them, and I'm like, ugh,
Yeah, I get you.
Now,
Those types of cookies aren't my favorite.
they're not your favorite either.
Yeah.
Now, these are lemon wafers called waffles,
Hmm.
and they are another wafer type cookie. See, like you would get at Walmart, only they're lemon flavored, and these were absolutely delicious.
They're nasty.
Violet hated them, but she's not a fan of lemon. So, but they even smell, oh gosh, they're just really good. Really good.
Nice.
We have to save this one for Murphy because he wasn't here to do the taste test.
Okay.
And there's one more, and these I think were the best and our favorites. They're kind of like Funyuns, but they're
Yep.
small, see? But
Yeah.
they have the same texture as Funyuns. And now what is the flavor on these? Onion
and chives.
and
They're
chives.
so good.
And these things are absolutely delicious, and we love them, and we want more.
They're potent.
Nice.
Now they are, you know how a Funyun, you can tell it's oniony.
Yeah.
These are more flavorful even than a Funyun. And I think it's that extra bit of chive on it that really gives it a oomph.
Yeah. Most likely. Most likely.
But I'm telling you, these are good. And if we had them at Walmart, I would buy them every time I went grocery shopping.
Hey,
Oh, there's
cool.
another one. I forget what these taste like,
They're
Violet.
violet flower flavored gummies.
These are violet flower flavored gummies. Let me see. Closer.
Nice. Yeah.
Now, I'm not a huge fan of gummy candy, but Violet is, and so is Murphy, and they really enjoyed it. Oh yeah, they sent her a little bag of candies, little sample candies. This is a caramel and milk and honey flavored caramel. The flavor was really good on this, but the texture was like grainy fudge, and I didn't care for the texture.
Okay.
But this little darling right here, it's just a little tiny square of goodness. It is green apple flavored
Those are black.
taffy. Oh, is this a blackberry?
Yeah, it's super good.
Oh, no, I want the apple one.
You already ate that. apple.
Okay, I'll try the blackberry
The
one.
blackberry one's my favorite though.
Jeez. Well, the apple one was really good, and I wish we could find them here. It's kind of like Laffy Taffy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this one, let's see how it tastes.
I really like that one.
No?
Don't tell me you don't like it.
Hmm.
It's not as good as the apple.
What?
Mm-mm.
No, I like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, it's good, and it's got that sour.
Now, this might be a dumb question coming from me knowing how big your town is, but do you have a world market near you?
A what?
A world market?
World Market?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's just to tell you, it's a song that has different
items from around the world.
Oh,
You know,
is it like
Yeah.
Pier 1 Imports or is it like a grocery store?
grocery store.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, if you have one around you, you could probably go find
Some
them.
of those items.
Yes, yes,
Mm-hmm. World Market.
yeah,
Oh, there's one in Mobile, Alabama. That's only an hour away.
yeah,
Hour and 10 minutes.
yeah, but you know what I mean? Just,
Gulfport. No, there's not one. Mm-mm. No. Closest one is Gulfport.
okay,
Yeah. Wait a minute. There might be one in Pascagoula. Nope. Nope. That's called Salvage World of Gulf. No. Yeah. Mobile is the closest one, but that's not too far. It would be
Yeah.
worth a little trip over there just to shop around and check it out.
yeah, I mean, you could definitely see what you could get and
Mm-hmm.
see what they have because
Sure.
I know they have a few Asian ingredients, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you, this was a much better box than the one that she got last month. There were a
Yeah.
couple of things I didn't care for. Well, probably half and half, really, half and half. But the last box, all of it was, all but that one thing was terrible. Hey, Grumpus,
Hey, Grumpus.
did you get your link, Grumpus? I sent it in Facebook where you messaged me a while back in the same I guess thread. I don't know if that's what you call it or not. If not, I'll put one down here. Just let me know what you want to do, okay? But anyhow, I would highly recommend it if you're adventurous and you like little things like that. If not, I mean, see, I'm too frugal to buy that. I think it costs her $25 a month for all of these snacks. And to me, it's just kind of frivolous. But for her, it's a lot of fun. And if you want to spend $25 a month to have a little bit of fun, do it. It's cheaper than going to a bar.
Yeah.
You know, cheaper than going out for dinner with your girlfriend or boyfriend,
Yeah.
husband or wife, whatever. You don't do. I know you don't. I know you don't. Hang on, I'll put it down here for you.
Yeah. But you know, just wanted to bring that up just because you
Yeah, I
wanted.
appreciate it because you know it might even be cheaper at a place like that. You never know.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
And you can
yeah,
get more of the things you like.
yeah, that's why I brought it up because
Mhm.
I think if they have what you want or maybe try a few different things without having to pay the $25 a month.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Or if you're feeling real adventurous, you know, you could always go and do $100 shopping trip, bring it all home, and it'll last you a long time.
yeah.
That's something I would do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I mean, I would tell you so there's, you know, I have only bought one item over $100 and I might get it my money's worth out of it.
right. Oh my
Well,
Lord. How are you doing,
well,
Travis?
yeah,
Oh
cool,
no, DJ's got his shirt off.
Awesome. That was the first thing I said. I said, where is your shirt?
We're not going to tell you again.
That's great.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
How's
Yeah.
everybody doing tonight?
Doing great. Great.
Yeah.
Did you hear me read the boys at his band competition tonight? I have to read it verbatim for all the
Okay.
new people who are here, and for anybody who missed it before. You got to hear this. This is so great. Okay. Where'd it go? Oh, fiddlesticks. Where'd it go? God, I hate Facebook.
Me too.
The only reason I have it is because that's how my family communicates with each other.
Yep.
And I really don't. Ugh, come on.
That's the reason I don't have it.
Oh, I see. Okay. The latest post from the band director says, "Congratulations, Bearcat Band. 3rd place in class and 3rd place overall
Nice.
out of 20 total bands.
Very
Great
good.
job. One more competition to go."
Very good.
That is so
Yeah.
stinking great. So great. This was an invitational competition, and they were invited to go. You had to be invited to go to be able to participate in it. So I think that is super cool. Super cool. Now, the one in 2 weeks, that is a state competition. So all of the people who were that rose to the top in the last competition, those are going to be all over the state. All those bands will be at this competition. So it's going to be crazy. And I'm thinking about going this year. I've never been to it before because, we had Violet in band, but we also had Murphy at home. He likes to go, well, in the beginning, he used to really go to bed early, and he hated being away from home. Mom, can we just go home? Mom, can we just go home? So we never really took him. And then, of course, I didn't want to leave him with my daughter and blah, 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 blah. But this year we only have Murphy, and he's in the band. So me and Poppy, what we can do is offer to drive the smaller instrument trailer. They put all the instruments in 2 trailers. If we offer to tow that trailer up, we can get in for free.
There you go.
Do all the stuff, drive the instruments back. The kids load them. We don't have to touch them.
Jump all over it.
I'm thinking about doing that possibly. So, and I think it'll be fun too. Not only that, but I won't have to chaperone any children or ride a bus with any children. Win-win.
It sounds like it to me.
That's what I'm saying. So, but I think it's going to be a great competition this year. And I'm praying y'all keep your fingers crossed that this band director decides to do indoor season this year. Because remember last year they canceled it.
That's right. I remember that.
And everybody was devastated. And I'm really, really hoping for some redemption this year. So that's it.
I'm a little concerned here. Did DJ have to sell his shirt to get that van?
I think he had to sell all of his shirts for that van. He might have had to sell his tennis shoes too.
Took the shirt off his back. He got that man home.
Mom keeps asking why I have so much candy. She doesn't know I always keep a few Twix up my sleeve. Them would be some awfully melty Twix bars there, 7th Son. Oh, 7th Son, I wanted to tell you. I went to your page not long ago, and I went in one of your playlists, and I learned more about how to weaponize a cane than I ever needed to know. But it was fascinating to watch that video. It was about how do you use a cane as a weapon? Defend yourself with the, and it's a different style cane. It's not your regular old dude cane. It's wooden and
Like
it's
Matt Masterson.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm dating myself.
And I think it has a wider hook on it so that you can use it to grab body parts. But man, I watched that for probably 2 hours because I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. And it's amazing. So if you guys want to see a really good video, go on over here to his playlist because this is fascinating. Okay, who's got the radio on? Dang it.
Not me.
No? DJ, are you playing music over me? What are you doing?
Oh no, DJ got one too.
Yes, he does. So let me tell you what I spent the evening doing tonight. This is serious stuff, DJ. Okay. Will football signals help?
Is that the P break polka?
The what?
The P break polka?
Oh God. So I have to tell you what I ended up. This was a hard thing for me to do tonight because I'm not as educated as I want to be. All I know is what I've seen throughout my lifetime. Okay. I'm prefacing my story with that. My daughter tonight wanted to know why everybody hated Israel. I said,
wasn't aware everybody hated Israel.
Well, that's the impression that she got from listening to clips on, excuse me, it's either TikTok or one of those shorts, Instagram reels, or one of them.
Get her information.
That's the impression she got. And I said to her, I said, there are a lot of people who despise other ethnicities just because there's that title on their ethnicity. I said, but not everybody hates Israel. I said, the United States was instrumental in creating a country for the Jewish people called Israel after what was it, World War II. Actually, it was
but they've been fighting for centuries.
They have.
Yeah.
And I told her that.
Always fighting.
And she wanted to know why. And I was trying to find things that I knew were accurate information. But I told her,
Hey, Pia.
we had this discussion, and I told her, I said, not everybody who smiles at you is your friend. And Israel had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
I said, but it's a lesson you can take throughout your life. Hey, Pia, how are you?
Cool.
But we heard, I went with her and she was showing me some of the things that she had seen. And my God, there is so much vitriol out there.
There is.
Connected at Israel right now. When, I don't know.
Well, she'll learn sooner or later that, most of the news is going to be negative and bad news.
Right.
Nobody publishes good news.
Right. Well, I explained to her, I said, the first thing and I only told her what I knew. I didn't give her any opinions. Well, I kind of did. But I told her, I said, the first thing that I heard, I
didn't do it.
Can you guys see me? No, you
See your
can't.
icon.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
I
I guess
hear
you can if you answer my question. Something happened here. Okay, I gotta. Oh, geez, here we go. What a way to interrupt my dang story, right?
What are we going to do about this, DJ?
Right. What just happened here? I have no idea. I'm going to back out and come back in, okay?
All right.
Hang tight.
DJ, what you been up to, man? Are you muted? Charlotte, take you out too?
Can you hear me now?
You back?
Back!
Are we both back?
Did you leave too?
Well, you couldn't hear me for a second.
No, I couldn't.
Uh,
So anyhow, let me finish my little story now that I was so rudely interrupted by my
Well,
stupid camera.
So
Yes.
I'm gonna call it night. Have a good one.
Okay, you too, honey, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Alright,
Good
bye.
night,
Bye.
DJ. We'll see you.
I was really confused as to how to approach it with her because I don't know everything about it. I don't know enough to educate her. So I
Well,
told
man,
her, I said,
She
Go ahead.
can't get her news off the internet. That's
Truth.
for sure.
yeah.
And
But I told her, I said, you're just going to have to research these things for yourself. I said, learning doesn't end when you finish high school.
yeah,
You can
that's
learn
true.
anything you want about anything you want.
And the last people you want to listen to is a bunch of bratty college kids.
Right. But there's just so much hatred out there towards them right now. But I told her, I said, the first thing I know that happened was that Hamas attacked
Right.
and terrorized Israel this time. This time. I said there were tons of horrible things that happened, and I explained a few of them to her. And some of the pictures that I've seen that I don't even know are real or not, because you never can tell anymore. And I said, and then in retaliation, so far, because Israel is in control of the utilities for that strip, the Gaza Strip, they said, well, if you're going to terrorize us, we're going to cut off your utilities.
Can you blame
And
them?
now people are screaming, oh, it's a human rights violation that they're taking away water and electricity and basic. I'm like, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, you fools.
These are idiots.
You're going to come blow my house up and then you're going to be mad at me because I take your water and your electricity away?
Yeah, that's
What
right.
is wrong with that thinking, So that was the opinion that I told her, that I thought that
Well,
didn't make any sense to me.
I heard somebody a day or so ago said it best. And he said if Israel laid down all their guns, Hamas would come in and just destroy them.
Sure they would.
If Hamas laid down all their guns, Israel would just go back to their daily lives.
Probably.
So that's the difference between the two. Now they do have a right to defend themselves. I'll always stick up for the
Yes, me too.
somebody going to take a punch. They at least owe one punch back.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in this particular case, they didn't ask for what happened.
No, they didn't. And I don't know if they did anything to provoke it. I don't think so. If they did, we don't know about it yet.
No, and I mean, go back through history. Hundreds and thousands of years, those two have been at it.
Yes.
And it's like everything else, way, 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 way back. It was all over usually
Well, and that's
religion,
why I don't feel like,
religious differences.
right.
or
I don't
it
feel like
it
I
was
know enough
power struggles
about
between the
the
kingdoms.
history,
Yeah.
I just know it's been a constant struggle between the two groups
Yeah.
and more. I
And
mean,
they'll never stop fighting.
it's terrible.
And I
It's-
think
it
anybody
really
thinks there's going to be peace between those two. It's,
Oh, they're insane. It's never going to
it's never
happen.
gonna happen. They've done it forever. It's in their DNA.
Right. Well, and not only that, but the craziness to me is, why would you build a country for somebody or hand them land or whatever the deal was? I don't remember how actually it came to pass.
They did it. They did
Right
it. so
next to
just
your
leave 'em-
enemies.
They did it. So you just leave them the heck alone. Okay.
Well-
you want it so bad? Here you go. We'll put a wall up. You do your thing. We'll do our thing. And that's the way it was
Right.
supposed to be. And,
Right.
and even that didn't work.
Right.
So I don't. I,
Well, they even gave it back to them.
yeah. I mean, I'm following. I'm
The Oslo
paying attention
something.
to it. I'm paying
Yeah.
attention to it, but I'm not just spellbound by it.
Right.
You know, my wife would have that running 6-7 hours a day,
Oh no.
and I keep telling her, there's nothing we can do from here. The only
Right.
thing we can do is vote in a year.
Right.
That's all we
Well,
can do.
and the only reason I know anything about it, because I don't watch the news.
I don't
and
either, because it's
and
all bad.
But when I open up this phone, it gives me the front page of Google, and I see little articles.
Yep.
And I'll read an article now and then. That's the only reason I know what's going on over there.
Yeah.
Still, like I said, I'm sorely misinformed, or not misinformed, but little informed. Because number one, I don't care.
Well,
Okay.
I don't need
That's
to
not
stop.
true.
I
I
don't
care
need-
that people are suffering.
I don't need to lose sleep at
Right.
night trying to fall asleep, and I got that all on my mind. And I
Right.
certainly don't need to wake up in the morning and turn the TV on
Mm,
to make sure I didn't miss anything. I can.
I'm right there with
I
you.
told my wife, I said, you can have empathy for them. You can, your heart can bleed for them. You
Mhm.
can pray for them, whatever you do,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't do anything from our four walls.
Right.
So we do not have to have that stream running 24/7.
Exactly. Look, I went through that when
She said, well, what happens if that happens over here? I said, then we'll start paying
then
attention.
we'll start worrying about it.
I
Buying
said,
bullets,
right now they're
whatever.
not in my back door. Some of us are already getting ready in case it goes there.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
you want to do something proactive, go to the store and get your canned goods.
Right.
Go to Academy and buy whatever you need at Academy.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the only thing we can do at this point. That's my opinion. I don't want to turn this political on your channel.
Oh no, it's okay. I understand. I do. I really do. In fact, my son-in-law's birthday is next month. And my daughter wants to buy him a new TV for his man cave, which is nice.
Nice daughter.
And she asked me if I wanted to contribute. Well, now after we had a discussion Rachel is kind of the one that brought all of this conversation with Violet about, because she was discussing it with me and I was on speakerphone. And so Violet was hearing it. So she had questions, right?
Yeah.
And the thing that Rachel said to me is, oh my gosh, Mom, I saw these pictures today of these individuals who were no longer breathing, and they were women and children.
Yeah. They went and got slaughtered.
Yes. And it really upset her a lot. And she said, Mom, I can't look at stuff like that. I don't want that in my brain. I won't be able to sleep. And I said, well, ain't nothing making you look at it. Why are you?
That's right.
She goes, well, it was on my feed and it was there. And I get that. I get that.
You want to stay informed of what things are happening, but you can't get so wrapped up into it that it affects your daily functions. You can't run around like Chicken Little. The sky's falling and be afraid of our own shadows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, nothing but love. How are you tonight?
There we go.
Yes, this is where our night owls roost every other week, maybe ish.
This is where all the cool kids hang.
We sure do.
I've done
There's
some
not too
changing
many.
over here.
There's not too many of us up here tonight.
I did some adjustments, Charlotte, after last night. Is my audio okay? Is it
It's a
loud or
little
soft?
crackly now and then, just
That
a
may be my
little.
voice. Is it too loud? Too soft?
No,
Okay.
not to me.
All right. The other night they said it was kind of low, so I've done some readjusting.
Oh, okay. The only thing that I did notice a couple of crackles, but that's it.
That may be me.
It could be. You're like, But I agree with you. There's no reason to lose sleep over it. The best thing you can do is take care of you and yours and your house, and pray for them folks, and just leave it up to where the chips will fall where they're going to fall.
And it's like I told the wife today, we were talking. I said, all I know is when I talk to you all through the week, you're stressed out at work.
Right.
And then you come home, you want to consume all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it, you never get a chance to relax. She's, oh, well, that's work stress. That's different. And I said, no, the doctor's going to say stress is stress.
Stress is stress.
So you need to just backpedal just a little bit and just not get
Right.
quite so involved.
Well, and I
emotionally
fell
involved.
into that trap years ago when my ex-husband had to go to Desert Storm. He was in the military,
Yeah.
and my son was 6 weeks old, and I shipped him off to Desert Storm. And it was hard. I mean, I was a new mom again. He was number 3. I was by myself with these kids, and he was gone, and they were showing all the lights flying through the sky and
Oh, yeah.
all of that. And I was stuck like Chuck to that TV. I
And
didn't
all
want to
it
miss
does is worry you sick.
it did. And same thing happened 9/11. From the moment I realized, oh crap, that wasn't an accident.
Yeah.
That radio was on, that TV was on. It was constant because Wesley was on a submarine over there in that area.
Yeah.
And I knew that. I also knew that a submarine is probably the safest place he could have been at that time. I
That's
knew that.
correct.
I knew that. But I was still concerned because he wasn't at home, and he was
Well, and
amongst all of that.
all this happened on our soil too. So that makes
Right.
a difference.
Sure, yeah.
I worked downtown Houston. You know how many international oil companies are officed in Houston?
Good God.
Oh, and we've got
All of them?
You got the Port of Houston is a major port in the United States. So believe me, everybody down there our heads were on a swivel
Right.
because we didn't know if they're going to stop at New York.
Right. Believe it or not, I worked in Chesapeake, Virginia at a mortgage company in a building called the Twin Towers. And it was not near as tall as the World Trade Center.
I worked in a Twin Tower.
Did you really?
They were only 36 stories.
We
But it
were
was still two
about
towers
there.
side by side.
Yeah. It was kind of crazy and eerie. And I will never forget, I lived Chesapeake, where I worked, was not far from Oceana Jet Base in Virginia Beach. And in
Okay.
fact, that's where, no, that's not where Wesley worked at the time. He ended up working there eventually. But I was right between Norfolk Naval Base and Oceana. And it was a huge military area. That area is full of nothing but military airplanes, jets, all the time.
Right.
And when they grounded all of the aircraft that day, and the next day, and the next day, and we would walk out for our breaks out of those buildings, and it would be so eerily quiet.
Right.
Everything was so quiet, and you could hear the traffic on the interstate. like you were in the country or something.
Yeah.
And that is the one thing that I remember the most about that entire time period. That
Well,
and the chaos, the total chaos.
The buildings I worked in, the two towers itself took up a city block, and diagonal across from us, that whole city block is taken up by the tallest building in Houston.
No
It's
kidding.
70 some stories. So if that thing fell over in the right direction, it could have wiped out us.
Y'all, yeah.
Because it would have fell a couple of blocks.
Wow. See, I didn't have any other tall buildings around us.
A lot of people we sent home. I mean,
Yeah.
anybody wanted to go home.
Right.
Because nobody knew at that time. Because I was on the way to work in a bus on the parking ride, and somebody on the bus said a plane just hit one of the towers. Well, everybody's thinking, single engine airplane, something
That's
like
what
that.
I thought. Yeah.
And then when we got to work, since I was running the department I was in, we went upstairs, grabbed the TV, and brought it back down to see what was going on. That's when it all unfolded, and we didn't know if it was going to stop. Like I said, it could have
that
come
whole
on
day,
into New Orleans.
We didn't know.
Took that poured out. They could have come on into Houston, gone to L.A.
Any one of the major cities.
Yeah.
My uncle drives a truck and was 10 blocks from the Twin Towers. Oh my goodness. I can't even imagine being there.
No, I can't either.
That's too much. Too much for me. Because I watched it on TV too. And I think the whole country did at that point. They had it on in my daughter's classroom at school.
Well, I bet, yeah.
And then they turned it off because people are jumping out of buildings to escape and they're like, oh, that's not good to show these kids. But who knew that was going to, they had
reality. I think they should have. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's me and my daughter were talking today about it. Her husband, my son-in-law, was in Afghanistan at the height of the most recent, I'll call it a conflict.
Okay.
And he came home, thank God. But he was in a real active area and had to do a lot of things he probably didn't want to do.
Yep.
And experienced and saw a lot of things he probably shouldn't have
a lot
seen.
of things he don't want to talk about too.
He never talks about it. Never. It's been what, 20 years? No, 17 years? Not quite. Let's see. Violet or Eric, what is her name? I go through the roll. Rachel met him when she was 17. He left the next year. She is 33 now. So 16 years ago.
Okay.
And we were talking, she said that ever since all this stuff started happening this week, that he's been very on edge and antsy and very hyper everywhere they go. He's like looking around and
is it more like a PTSD or is
there's some of that, but also
get recalled?
Well, that too. There's a lot. See, he works on a military base too. So he's on high alert right now.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not just on high alert at the base. He's like that. And she was telling me about it. And I said to her, I said, well, that's who he is.
That's how he's wired.
That it is. I said, and he's a really incredible guy. And I will never forget the day he left. And he lived with us. And we all just sat around and cried for days. It was all us girls were like, but he was gone a whole year. And he was in the Navy too. He never should have been over there doing what he was doing. because that's not what the Navy does. He should have been on a boat sending missiles across the water.
Yeah.
But they had this program back then to replace people who were tired from over there. It was called individual augmentation. And what that meant was they were picking people from all the services, all the commands. It was like a lottery, like the draft. And if your number was pulled, you went. You went to training, you went to this, and then you went on an airplane overseas. And I don't think most of the public knows that it was people who weren't in the military. Right. That it was almost like a draft. And if in fact, Wesley was supposed to go. His number came up. His name got called, whatever you want to call it. And he went. The first thing you had to do was a physical evaluation. Well, he had been going through all of his hip problems, and they were trying to figure out what was wrong with him. And he had 2 medical folders that thick.
Wow.
And when you go for a medical evaluation, you have to bring all your records with you. So he plops down 20 pounds worth of medical files on this table. And the woman looked at him and said,
Dismissed.
"What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, y'all told me I had to be here."
Was ordered there.
And she told him, she says, "Yeah, you're not eligible. Leave." So that was that. He didn't. And he was Grumpus. He was as mad as a hornet over it.
Because he couldn't go?
Because he couldn't go. He was mad as fire. Well, and he said to me, he said, "The reason I'm mad is not because I want to go over there. It's because it was my turn. And now somebody else has to go instead of me."
Well, that's pretty admirable.
No, it's not. It's stupid.
No,
But
not
I
his
get
eye.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But I told him back then, because we had Murphy. No. We had Violet. She was about 2 years old at the time. I'm like, I did not have a baby at 40 years old so I could raise her by myself. I'm glad you're not going. And if you don't like that, I'm sorry, but that's, But I'll tell you this. If they were to recall him today and say, it doesn't matter if you have a fake hip or not, if you have this disease or not, doesn't matter. You can come back. He would go in a New York minute. But he loved it. He loved his job.
Yeah.
He loved being in the military. So I don't understand it, but I don't need to. That was his thing.
It's a guy thing.
Yeah. And but I have worked my whole life to make sure that Uncle Sam does not get any of my offspring. Like, you know what? You can have my husband. You cannot have my children. It's not happening. But man, what y'all? It is 12:19, and I still have an hour and a half more to stay awake. Somebody better start shooting off some fireworks or something.
We're doing a pretty good job, aren't we?
Yeah, yes. I'm just really tired.
I hear you.
I'm so stinking tired. I made, let me tell you. Hey, Carla, how are you doing tonight?
Look at there. What you doing, Carla?
I haven't seen you in so long. Terry said he got to work. Hang on. I didn't read all of it, Terry. I'm trying to, though. There. Oh, nope, wrong one. I'll get to that one. I got to work and was told to go home and had to wait on the Navy to go through the channel. Oh, before you could get on the ferry. That makes sense. Because they were looking for stuff in the channel, huh? Okay, so Carla said, when I give you all to Grumpus, when I give you all to hang out with you again. I don't quite get it, but I think I do.
I think I do too.
Okay.
I went to jump on Carla's live the other night, and I think she changed her mind. Somebody must have warned her I was coming.
That's funny. That's funny. Hey, do me a favor, Grumpus. Hold the fort down for me for 2 seconds. Well,
I
okay,
haven't had
maybe
longer than that.
maybe 1 whole minute.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Well, Carla, I'm sure we can hook up here pretty quick. Like I said, I left one. I think it was last week. I saw that you were going to be on at, I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock. And then the notice was gone. So I don't know if you changed your mind or what it was. I've been watching some of your stuff. I saw you do your lamb the other night. That looked pretty good. But yeah, some of these lives I get on, when they run until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I don't think you're still up. But yeah, we'll find some way to jump on one of your lives. Let you know I'm there. Sometimes I'm there, and I just stay kind of quiet.
Okay.
That's right, Terry. They could have come in and hit Rockport. They could have come in and hit Corpus Christi. There's a lot of good targets here in Texas.
I got you, Carla. I'm sorry. I got confused. It's okay. I should have been able to decipher it, but that one was hard.
Yeah, Carla, sometimes I'm watching your stuff at work, and I can't do a lot of beating and banging on the keyboard at work.
Well, Carla, come on up if you want to. I'm going to put a link in for you, okay? There it is. You're live every Friday. I've seen your live a few times on Fridays, but Fridays are hard for me recently, since school started, because the boys in the band and everything. Man, last night was so fun. We really enjoyed that show last night.
All right.
You don't have to comment on my videos as long as I know you're watching. I'm happy. My goodness. What is that?
This is supper.
You know what?
You're
just rubbing that in my face, aren't you?
These are Persian lamb chops.
Shut up.
They were delicious.
Oh my God, they look delicious.
And then the wife had some sort of stew.
I'd rather have the lamb chops. But was the stew good? Did you taste it?
I thought it was good. Now, she didn't care for it. But
really?
I don't. This was a Mediterranean restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that kind of stuff.
I do too.
And I think the spices are just so far removed from what we're used to that she has a hard time accepting.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can get that because when we first moved here, my daughter, Erica, the oldest one, she took us to a Thai restaurant. And she was talking about how wonderful this, what do they call it? Not ramen, the soup. Swear to God, I can't remember the name of it. But anyhow, it's a soup like ramen, and it's got all this yummy stuff in it. And it was, okay, I couldn't get past the fact that they had put cinnamon in the soup.
Right.
And I'm like, this is not right. Cinnamon should not be in this soup.
I love lamb, and I usually get it at every opportunity. But some places I've been, if you get a leg of lamb in a like a sauce or a stew, a lot of times it'll have cinnamon in it. Sometimes it'll have a hint of chocolate in it. It's just lots of different. It's a whole nother part of the world.
Yeah. I bought this envelope of seasoning. I always grab them when they're on sale, just in case I need them, because I really don't like putting together my own. It's a pain. So anyhow, it was a bourbon pork seasoning.
Ooh, I like that.
Well, you're supposed to use a tenderloin and roll it around in the, pork seasoning or the bourbon seasoning.
Yeah.
But hi, Patrick. I'll be darned. Imagine meeting you here.
Keep
I
playing
sent
hooky.
you a link, Patrick. If you are interested in joining us up here, just let me know or just pop up. Okay. So I had a pork roast, the kind in the net you get from Walmart or whatever.
Yeah.
And not a huge one. So I decided to just cover that in it. And you know how you can pull them apart because they're boneless. And I just sprinkled it all over, rolled it back up, threw it in there. And then I cut up some sweet potatoes and put it all around. I used my oven for the first time today.
Nice.
My brand new stinking oven, and it was wonderful. But that I baked it, and it all came, and they were all seasoned together. And then you just kind of flipped it all around, and all that yumminess got all over everything, and it was freaking delicious.
You just never know.
Well,
Well,
now I
it's
did
funny.
add a little
Go
bit
ahead.
of brown sugar and some salt, and I think that's all I added. If I remember, butter. I put butter on around the potatoes, little pats of butter all over it. But it was really good, and I'm glad I did that. I'll do it again.
Well, it's funny. We've gone to this restaurant twice. Now she
Yeah.
likes hummus and that kind of stuff.
Oh, I do too.
It's all right. I mean, I can take it or leave it.
Right.
But I ordered this stuff and come with the flatbreads and things like that, and she just tore into that, and she just really raved about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when the waitress came over, she said, "What kind of chickpeas did you use? What did you do? Because this tastes so much better than what I usually have."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't tell her, but I ordered eggplant. She hates eggplant. this year, she gobbled that down. Had no idea what she was eating, and I said, "Don't tell me anymore. You can't eat eggplant because that's
That
what that
is
was."
freaking hilarious.
I do that to her all the time.
Oh my gosh.
She
So
said, "There's
Patrick,
no
how
way."
have you been doing? I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays, it seems. Oh, wait. Carla says
Just
peach
a month ago.
crown. Hang on. What is she talking about? I
Oh,
got a
she's
question.
trolling.
I'm going to see a special package. Peach-
She's trolling.
oh my God. I think I was there when y'all were talking about the peach crown. I don't know if I was on screen or if I was just listening.
Well, I sent her a bottle last year because
Oh, did you?
They couldn't get it where they were at.
Okay. I know I remember her talking about peach crown. But I love hummus.
Yeah.
I do prefer to dip my vegetables in it.
Yeah.
Like broccoli and carrots. And
Yeah.
I do love the flatbread, but I try to I try not to eat so much of it because I could gorge myself on it.
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while we'll buy hummus to bring home. You know,
Mhm.
it's easier to buy it pre-made.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm not going to all that trouble.
No.
But we'll bring it home and have it on crackers or something like that while we watch a movie. So I know she likes that kind of stuff, but she hadn't. She thought she was eating hummus. It was just extra good at that restaurant.
So it was strictly eggplant?
It was fire roasted eggplant.
And she
And it
had
had
no
a
idea.
really good smoky taste to it. And what the heck did they call that? Baba Ganache.
Oh yeah.
I think, yeah. You know, so it looks like hummus. It's got olive oil on the top of it,
Right?
but
And
it's fire roasted eggplant.
I'm
And
going to
it-
have to try that.
It's delicious.
The only thing I've got growing in my garden right now is eggplant.
I
Well,
like eggplant. I've had good eggplant. I've had some that was so bitter you couldn't choke it down.
yeah,
It just depends on
I
the eggplant
prefer
itself
it
and how you cook it.
roasted. I prefer it roasted. It
Yeah.
has a better texture. has a better flavor.
You can peel it.
You can peel it, yes, and or you can eat the peel if you want to.
I like the little what do they call them? Ichiban.
Yes, yes.
See, I like those better than the big giant
I grow the
black ones.
ping tongue. That they're long and skinny,
Yeah.
and you can dice them up real nice. Oh God, we have a guest,
I
And
can
it's
only
a-
guess.
and it's a fan of eggplant. How are you,
What's going
Patrick?
on, Patrick? You doing all right?
I'm doing very well.
Very good.
I've just been out to lunch and had a massive. I've eaten a truckload of food. I don't know how I'm still awake.
What'd you have? Tell
We're
us,
all trying
tell
to
us.
keep everybody. We're all trying to keep each other awake tonight. You came to the right place.
Good.
Yes. I have to stay awake until I get a message from my son, come get me from school. He's on a band trip. They got third place in their class and third place overall out of 20 bands. So they're doing better this year than Violet's band did last year.
Are you gonna pick him up on Hazel? Are you gonna drive Hazel down?
No. The weather's beautiful though. It's cooled off. We're having nights in the low 60s to upper 50s, which I don't know what that is in Celsius, but
It's 59 here right now.
is it really?
Yep.
Um,
In fact, when we left the restaurant a little while ago, I
yeah.
had to bump the heat up just a little bit on the car.
Really?
It was, I think it
Well,
was.
you've
63.
turned into a true Southerner.
Well, I had a wife with me. She was cold, so
I see. Oh, it was her fault.
it was 60. I think it was 61 out when we left the restaurant, which which does feel chilly when you're used to triple digits.
Oh, yeah.
Just a few weeks ago.
I was going to say, and it hadn't been that long ago.
No.
Right. Let me see what ours is. Oh, well, it says right now we're 61, but we're going to get down to 56 by 5 a.m. We'll see. Oh, we got a high tomorrow of 70. Yes.
So I went out this morning, took my coffee out on the deck,
Uh-huh.
and it was 60 something. It felt a little bit chilly. So I pulled my lawn chair out into the sun, and I'm sitting there, and it just looked funny. I mean, it was just
Oh, yeah.
it was just eerie looking.
Yeah.
And the wife come walking out, and I said, "Look how weird it looks. Are we having an eclipse or something?" She said, "Oh yeah, it's supposed to be an eclipse today." I didn't know anything about it. She said, "Yeah, I heard about that a couple of days ago." I had no clue, and so I got my welding helmet out so we could look at it.
We Poppy showed Murphy how to do one of those pinhole camera type deals from middle school, you know?
Yeah.
He had this great big piece of cardboard from the new stove. And he laid it on the truck, and then he put a hole in the little piece,
Uh-huh.
and it worked. It works great.
I've done it before. It works great.
But now I should have told him to go get his welding helmet because we've got 2 of those here.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to stare at it a long time. but
No.
You can hold it up there.
But you can
for,
glance
10,
at
15
it,
seconds.
you know.
Yeah, we've all got welding helmets lying around.
Doesn't everybody?
Where's my welding helmet?
Well, Poppy used to be a welder. So.
Well,
You know,
yes.
When the way I grew up, my dad was a welder. The guys he grew up running around with all got into stock car racing and stuff. So we always had cars being welded on
Sure, yeah.
and all that stuff. Like I was in high school before I realized everybody don't have scrap iron at the side of the garage and torches and things like that. I mean, I thought everybody, I didn't know we weren't normal.
Believe this or not, y'all, but Poppy has one of his welded projects in the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C.
Cool.
Wow.
Him and a couple of his work buddies in the Navy were asked to weld some kind of wing stands for an aircraft that they are putting on display there. So his wing stands are at the Smithsonian, which I thought was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
I remember when he was doing that project, and I'm like, wow, you're going to be famous.
Awesome.
But he's awfully proud of it. So,
As you would be.
So
but-
Patrick, you went out to eat. What'd you eat?
yeah, tell us about it. Tell us all about it.
I had a truckload of baba ganoush.
No, you did not.
No, but that is my favorite Middle Eastern dip.
Yeah,
I
That
love hummus.
sounds delicious.
Well, you heard me telling Charlotte that
Yeah, I heard that.
I ordered it. My wife thought it was hummus. She don't like eggplant.
I wonder if
That's
I could
hilarious.
make it myself.
I love doing that to people because sometimes people they just get in their head they don't like something.
Oh yeah, I do it
And
to her all the
in
time.
a lot of cases they haven't even tried it. I'm like, well, why don't you
Right.
try it
Mm-hmm.
at least?
Well,
Oh no,
one
I
of them
won't
things-
like it.
It's
Do
one
you
of
know
the things
what my
they
daughter
tried- they
does
tried
with her
20 years
kids?
ago.
In order to prevent picky kids, my daughter has chosen this really cool solution, and it's working so far in her house. If Millie looks at something that I don't like that, and she'll say, "Well, that's okay, but you still need to take a no thank you bite." And I thought it was brilliant. So now Millie knows. She'll say, "I'll take a no thank you bite, but I probably won't like it." Okay, that's fine. And sometimes she likes it, sometimes she doesn't. But I think it's really great way to get them to try things that they've never had before that
Yeah.
they think you're going to hate.
Well, I've
Yeah.
always been very adventurous on things that I eat. I'll try
Now,
anything.
I have too. Yeah.
But a lot of times Vicky will say she don't like this, and it turns out she had a bad experience, 30 years ago.
Right. Right.
Because somebody cooked something badly, and I said, well, you got to give it 2 or 3 chances before you realize it. You really don't like it. Maybe you just didn't like the way somebody fixed it.
Well, I'll tell you this. I haven't had another egg since Friday.
Well, you're gonna have to get past that.
What happened?
And the
Oh,
chickens
Patrick,
rejoice.
it was bad. Okay. Do I have to tell the whole story?
I don't know if Patrick heard the
He
eggs.
didn't hear it. He didn't hear
Yeah.
it. Friday the 13th. Friday. Great day. I
Yeah.
found out my brother was coming home from the hospital alive and in one piece. Well, except for 2 holes in his head. But I'll get to that later. So I'm making breakfast for my grandson. And when you have your own chickens, and I'm sure you know this, Patrick, when you crack an egg, sometimes you'll have a little blood spot in the yolk.
Yeah.
I won't eat those. I throw them out. So I found one. I cracked it, had blood spot. I threw it. I said, "Oh, we can't use this one, little man." So I throw it out. I go to grab another egg, put it in this hand, cracked it onto the counter, and it exploded. All over the
Exploded.
counter, all over the floor, all over my clothes. It just, and then the stench hit me in the face so bad that I thought I was going to die.
Rotten egg, eh?
Oh,
Well, if I
I'm trying to clean it up, right? Because I'm like, I can't keep this in my house. It's
If
in my
I-
freaking house.
if I had been there, Charlotte, this video would have gone viral.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I wish I would have recorded it because y'all would have laughed your butts off. My grandson is standing in the chair in the kitchen right next to the stove because he likes to watch me cook. And the whole time he's going, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm going, "Yeah." So I'm using bleach. I've just poured it in the floor. And I started I got my gloves on because I'm holding my nose like this, trying to put my gloves on. It was ridiculous. I can't touch bleach. I get kind of sick from it. Anyhow, so I'm scrubbing the floor. I'm scrubbing the counter, scrubbing everything. And once I got it cleaned up, I kept smelling it. And I'm like, I know there's nothing left, right? I know it. So I walk into the living room and I sat down because I was really tired. It was a frantic thing, right? So I sat down. I'm like, oh, thank God. So what the hell? So I'm looking for this. Come to find, then I look down. It's plastered on my shirt. And I start ripping at my shirt, trying to get back in the middle of the living room. It was ridiculous. So anyhow, I got the shirts off. There was 2 of them because I was layering that day. And I threw them in the laundry room, got me another shirt, finally got to make the boy an egg. But yeah, that was my Friday the 13th.
Yes, that definitely would have gone viral, that video.
It was horrible. It was the most disgusting. Oh God. Oh, he forgot they were boiling and was ensconced in a TV show, wasn't paying attention, and his eggs exploded. Yeah, but did they stink? I mean, this was rotten to the core. And you know, it's my fault because I should have known how old my eggs were. But apparently that one just got missed. But from now, Poppy has decided that I have to put the dates on all the eggs now. Pencil.
Probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all. I'm willing. Yeah. But for those of you who don't know, I will say it again. I'm sorry, Grumpus. I know you've been inundated with this story. My brother was life flighted to the hospital on Tuesday with a brain bleed. And it was really scary. And he ended up having surgery on Wednesday to have 2 holes drilled into his head. They took out about a nickel-sized piece of bone in 2 places, and they got rid of all the blood that was causing the problem. They cauterized everything, and they sent him home yesterday. And he's home, and he's recovering, and I talked to him today on text, and he said that he's doing a lot better. His wife told us that he's been in a lot of pain, head hurts, but that the doctor says it's fairly normal, and it kind of comes and goes. He's got really good, I guess, medicine, and he's got a follow-up appointment on Monday, so he's going to go back Monday, but he's alive, and that's kind of what we were hoping for. And he's not, there's no neurological, he doesn't have any neurological damage that they can see yet. I mean, he's walking, he's talking, everything is normal. And it's just really a miracle, to be honest with you.
Wow, what a scare. It must have been a scare, big scare.
It was horrible. Yeah, it was really scary. And I'll tell you what upset me the most. When my father called me to tell me what was happening, his voice kept cracking, and he was trying not to be emotional while he was telling me what was going on. And that broke my heart, because in all of my life, I've never heard him do that before, ever. And I knew it was really serious when he was that upset and that scared. I knew it was really bad. And I felt so sorry for him. I really did. 'Cause, you know, when you don't think of your parents when you're a kid, you don't think of them as parents and humans. You think of them as sometimes superheroes, sometimes super monsters. It just depends on, your life. But for a very long time, my dad was a superhero to me. And then when I became a teenager, he was just superhuman.
Yeah.
And I think it takes, for me, it took having my own kids and going through those scary times with my own kids to understand. Like when I was in a car accident when I was 16, he was an hour and a half away. I was staying with my grandmother, and the hospital called him to ask for permission to treat me. Would not tell him what was wrong with me other than I had a leg injury. That was it. And he had to drive that hour and a half to get to the hospital, probably in the most absolute fear he's ever been in, you know. And when he got there, he was mad as hell. I will never forget. I'm laying there. They got me loaded up on morphine and every other kind of craziness you can pump into somebody in that condition. And I will never forget his face. When my dad gets mad, his lips get real thin like this. And he says, "You mind telling me what the hell happened?" And I said, "We ran into a pole, Daddy." And he was mad. He turned around and walked out the room.
Then you married the fool.
And then I married the fool that tried to kill. No, I'm teasing. But when he called to tell me about what was going on with my brother, I was trying to find somebody to be mad at. And I was saying, first of all, I found out that he had been walking around for 5 weeks with a headache. What kind of dummy does that? That's what I was mad. I was mad. So I'm thinking, what kind of moron does that? Everybody knows that a 5 week long headache is not normal. And then I realized, okay, Charlotte, you're turning into your father. You're upset and you're worried and you're trying to be mad about it instead of a normal reaction that sane people would have. Like, oh my gosh, I'm just going to pray for this guy or whatever. You know, I had to find somebody to be mad at. And it happened to be my brother for being a dingaling. But I got over it.
Oh, well, I hope he's back to normal in no time.
I do too, Patrick. Thank you. I don't think it'll be long. This is the same guy that did an Ironman competition for his 50th birthday.
Jesus.
I like
He'll
it.
be fine. It might take a while, but he'll be fine. Fingers crossed.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like he will be.
I hope so, yeah.
How old is he?
He's 13 months younger than me. He's, 56. He'll be 57 in January.
Yeah. Nice. Young man.
Not as young as we used to be, but not as old as we hope to be.
Exactly.
My Friday, I spent all day at the doctor's. Oh no, Terry, that's terrible. What a crappy Friday the 13th you had too. Look, y'all, that is the one thing I hate to do more than anything is go to a doctor.
Me too.
Me too.
I am not I'm not a doctor person. I mean, the
I
last
don't
time,
have a doctor.
I'm sorry.
I don't even have a doctor. People say, "Who's your doctor?" I say, "It's been so long. I don't have a doctor."
I don't know. Hey, Fluff, how are you doing? All the way from the Whit Sundays. The
But
last time I
people think that's
voluntarily
crazy.
went. I'm sorry.
People think that's crazy that I don't have a family doctor.
That's not crazy.
Yeah,
And
but
I
you're,
think, I don't go to the doctors. Why do I have to have one on retainer?
Right.
you're a crazy guy, Grumpus.
Well, maybe I am, but
You're
You know,
crazy.
the last
man.
time I went to a
Crazy.
doctor
I
voluntarily,
need a different kind of doctor, maybe.
no, the last time I
This is
went-
this is my doctor right here.
This is the only doctor I need right here.
Dr. Pepper. The last time I went to the doctor of my own volition was 4 years ago. What is today's date? Today is my 4-year anniversary of surviving a heart attack. Yay, go me.
Hey, Today is.
I mean, yes, today.
Wow.
Congratulations.
It went right by me. Oh, no. Today it started 50 minutes ago. That's awesome.
And
Well,
they said
It's
it
my
would
day.
lie.
Today's my day. Say happy birthday. I'm 4. But that was the last time I went to the doctor willingly. Because I knew, I mean, you know,
Well, that's-
when you're having a
well,
heart
that's
attack, you
when-
kind of know you
that's
need
when you-
help.
That is when you need. I think even Grumpus would go to the doctor if he had a
Yeah.
heart attack.
Any normal person would.
Oh yeah, I would probably give in.
Yeah. Now I've had to go to the cardiologist since then to get refills on medication, but I went begrudgingly. I did not go because I wanted to or needed to. I went.
Well, somebody was it was my boss the other day. He was giving me a bunch of crap. He said, you need to go in for your checkups. You need to do that. And you need
Yeah,
to do
whatever.
that. I said, why would I want to go into the doctor? That's where all the sick people are.
Thank you, Fluff. Thank you. Yeah, I know that. Do you know how many people walk out of a doctor's office with something that they didn't walk in with?
A lot of moms.
Right? That's true. That's true. He got sprayed by a skunk. Oh, holy crap. I can't even think about that. I wonder if is getting sprayed by a skunk as bad as a rotten egg?
Oh, worse.
No.
Yeah,
Listen to me.
I would think it probably is.
When I lived over there, I was in a car
Yeah.
and I ran over one. And there was like a bump, right? So we carried on, and then a couple of minutes later,
It's
had to pull the car over and get out, and we were all vomiting, throwing up.
Oh no.
And that wasn't even getting sprayed directly by one.
That was an indirect attack.
It was the
It
worst
got on-
smell I've ever.
It got on them hot exhaust pipes and mufflers.
Oh,
Oh
I've
yeah.
always said, like you ask this question, if you believe in reincarnation, I'd come back as a skunk because they got no natural enemies except cars.
That is true. That is true.
Because no animal can get near them. They're just, it is that toxic.
Mm-hmm.
It is vile.
Well, now I have
Absolutely
smelled
wrong.
them after they've been,
Aired out.
yeah, like somebody's hit them, they've sprayed, and then it's dissipated.
Oh.
And it's vile. It really is vile, but I can't imagine the concentrated version of that.
Oh, imagine copping like a spray directly onto you.
Oh, God. Well, I will say this.
It
I
is-
was wishing I could vomit Friday. I was wishing so hard that something else would fill my nostrils other than that scent. It was horrible.
So are you ever going to be able to crack open an egg again?
I have not since. I'm still traumatized.
Got to get back on a horse.
It might take me a few more days. Woo! Well, I threw all the ones that were in. I keep my eggs in a little planter, galvanized steel, little oval planter over here on my counter. And I
You
threw
don't
them all
refrigerate
away. There were like 12 or 13 of them in there, and I just dumped them in the garbage out there.
You don't
I
refrigerate
felt-
them.
I'm sorry?
You don't refrigerate them.
Not usually.
Okay.
The only time I refrigerate them if there's so many that I can't go through them in a few days,
Okay.
And normally I don't have that many in there. But it just so happened that it worked out that way this week. But really, after I threw them out, I went and checked the eggs, and there were like 4 sitting in the egg basket or in the egg box in the coop. So, I mean, I had replacements right away. But yeah, I threw them all out, and no eggs for a while.
Oh, never mind. Never
Egg
mind.
trauma.
Yeah, it could be worse. Like I said, it could be a skunk.
Right.
Could be
Skunk
a lot
egg.
worse.
Or a
Hey,
or a
Grumpus.
2-week-old dead body.
There you go.
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, there's other things. There's always something worse, right?
Hey, Grumpus. Grumpus, have you seen the new Exorcist movie?
I haven't seen it yet.
Is there a new
Oh.
Exorcist movie?
Yeah, they made
Yes.
another one.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'll be
I
able to.
love the originals. One of my favorite. I love the original.
The
Yeah,
first
the
one was
The original was groundbreaking.
yes.
Oh, speaking of
Um.
throwing up with the pea soup and all that, you know.
Right. And oh my gosh! And when she was flopping up and down on the bed, and oh my god, that part scared me so bad. I wanted to ask Fluff a question, and I didn't know that. I thought you guys had universal health care in Australia. No, you don't?
Well, they have a thing called bulk billing. If you go and see a GP, a doctor, where it's basically free, and the government pays for it. But most places have stopped doing it now because a lot of the doctors and surgeons, these places are losing money. So now you have to pay, and you do get a rebate. You get a percentage back, but your average consultation for 10-minute booking is $100.
Oh
And you
crap!
might get, I forget how much you get back, but you're paying. It still costs. So it costs you money to go.
Up front, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then on top of that, if you go there to get drugs, like for whatever condition you got, then you got to pay for those as well. So it's all a
Okay.
raw.
I have been so wrong because I thought you had a similar system that, like Canada. Canada has, well, for all intents and purposes, I think a lot of their health care is absolutely free to them and their medications.
Nah.
Well,
that's all crap too, because when they say free, I mean someone's
and
paying
their
for
taxes are tremendous.
it. Who's paying for it? You know,
Right,
it's not
right.
free. It's just they're subsidising it. The money's got to come from somewhere, and usually it's the poor old schlep taxpayer
Right.
who's paying it. They're paying it in other ways. You know,
Sure.
tax you or somewhere else.
And I get
I
that.
mean,
I get that.
We've got a public health. We've got a public system here, a healthcare system. But once again, you know, I've got private health insurance because it's a long story, but there's an incentive to get it for tax reasons.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have private health, you end up paying like a surcharge in your tax, and they take the money off you anyway.
Yeah, they tried doing that here, didn't they?
So, you know, one way or the other, they get you.
Yeah. I think our copay for a regular doctor visit, like a healthy doctor visit, or if you have the flu or something like that, is like $35 up front. And then for a specialist, you have to pay $50 up front. And then they bill the insurance people, and whatever insurance doesn't cover, then you pay the rest. Problem is, there's no truth in billing. You know, when you buy a house, you get a truth in lending statement. There's no truth in billing. So I remember when I had my heart attack, I got the bill, y'all. $256,000 for 36 hours in a hospital.
Mm.
And a stent and a few medications. And the first thing I saw was they had billed me for the emergency department. Well, when they pulled me out of the ambulance, we ran through the emergency department to an elevator and then up the stairs to the cath lab. So I called them and I said, I don't understand. I didn't go to the emergency room. Why is there an emergency room charge on here? $2,300. And she says, well, there were emergency services. I said, no, I'm paying the ambulance too. Well, you know, they have to contact the emergency room to find out what to do for you. $2,300 for a phone call? Are you kidding me? I said, this is ridiculous. Well, come to find out, after my insurance paid what they were going to pay, Poppy and the hospital wrote off whatever they decided to write off. Okay. Me and Poppy ended up paying about $6,000 for that, which in the big picture was not such a bad thing. I feel like $6,000 for a heart attack is pretty fair. You know, they saved my life. I get to live another day. So yeah, I'll give them $6,000.
I
You
prefer a cheaper heart attack.
Right. But when I first got that bill, I promise you, I almost swallowed my tongue. I thought we were going to be financially ruined, truly.
Yeah,
But-
well, it would ruin most people, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Can you imagine? Well, no, because I'll tell you this. If you're a poor person in the United States and you can't afford your bill, you end up going to the hospital and saying, this is what I make. I can't afford this bill. They will write off 90% of it or 95% and then put you on a $20 a month payment plan till you get it paid off. But it is my belief that 5% of a lot of money is still a lot of dang money,
It is
you know? So
Yes,
I don't
it
know.
is.
$1.5 million
Yes,
for a
it
6-week stay.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Alex,
Oh,
insane.
Well, I remember, gosh, it's been maybe 6-7 years ago. I got pneumonia,
Yeah.
and once I carried that around about 4 or 5 days, the wife finally convinced me I need to go to the hospital.
This sounds like you tried to kill yourself too.
They
You shouldn't say that on
they kept
YouTube.
they kept me 5 days, and I think my bill was $38,000,
Oh my
and
God.
all I did was lay in a bed for 5 days.
With antibiotic running into
I
you.
had one doctor. A doctor came in for maybe 3-4 minutes a day, and the rest. And they wanted to keep me even longer. I finally told them I'm leaving.
Right. Right.
I told you when you checked me in, I I can't afford this. I can lay in bed at home.
Right. Right.
No, I was out working on the pond, Charlotte, and it was about, I think it was January, and I was putting some of the big rocks around the edge, and the only way I could do that was to get in the water.
Mm,
Well, I'm out there standing in 40-degree
12
water,
degree water.
40-degree water in my shorts and a flannel shirt because it was chilly. And it was like 2 days of that. And damn if I didn't get sick.
Well, were you surprised?
But it never happened to me before.
Right.
it's the
Right.
first time for everything.
Oh
No.
my. Terry said his surgery was almost 40,000.
Hmm.
Jesus.
Wow.
Dwayne, we don't really know what happened to Obamacare. We I've never been
Obama, what?
right.
That was a
You
joke.
have to be of a certain income level to even qualify for that. And you cannot have any other type of insurance to qualify for that. So I've always been, not that my income bracket is that high, but I've always made too much money to qualify. And I also have other insurance. So it's a double whammy for me. I don't know.
We didn't meet all of the qualifications, if you know what I mean.
Right. Right. Well, that too. That too. Right. So You're better
Oh,
off.
maybe,
I'm sorry,
maybe Joe will fix it.
Joe.
Right. He's going to fix it.
He
Yeah.
can't fix his own diaper.
Have you both seen the thing? It's on YouTube. You just Google, just type in weekend at Biden's.
Yes. You
Oh
told us
my
about
God!
that.
No, I haven't seen it, but I saw Weekend at Bernie's, and if it's that funny, I've
It's
got
a
to
parody
watch.
of that. You can join
Oh
the dots.
gosh,
It's
that
fantastic.
was one of the funniest movies I had ever seen
Oh,
up to
wait till you
this
see
point in my life. It's hilarious.
You've got to see it. It's not. I think it only goes for a few minutes. It's weekend at Biden's.
I'm gonna have to watch that, and the
Oh,
title's
yeah,
gonna be easy to remember. So,
Yeah.
man, I tell you what, I am dreading the next year in the U.S.
If y'all get a chance after this, look up Preschool Apprentice.
Preschool Apprentice
Preschool Apprentice.
on YouTube.
Yeah, if you just Google it, I think it goes to some YouTube videos. You'll laugh your ass off.
Okay, I'm gonna have to write it down. My
I've
daughter's
got-
gonna be so mad at me if these snacks are all gone. Okay.
It does look funny.
Yeah, he described they learned in school their mama meters. so he goes through and describes what their mama meters mean. And I'll let you take it from there.
That is hilarious.
But the kid is brilliant.
Lucas, we can all do with a laugh, can't we?
Oh
It's
yeah,
like-
but it's either that or hang yourself.
Yeah, or drink.
Drink, yeah.
Weekend.
Weekend at Biden's.
Biden's. I'll have to wait till later to watch them, but
Oh,
that'll be
fine.
fun. That'll be fun. No, I
Of
totally
course.
dread the next year because I'm already getting political phone calls. Are you, Grumpus?
Oh, I've been getting them for months. I don't know how they
It's-
got my phone number.
It's going to get worse.
I have blocked so many numbers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want nothing to do with it.
My mind's already made up, so they can leave me alone.
I'm voting for Elvis. I'm just going to write his name in.
Elvis has left the building, Charlotte.
Don't care. Don't care. He'll do a better job than most of these morons they got running. I'm over it. My daughter's like, well, it's your civic duty. You should be blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't even care if I vote.
Well, we're in Australia.
Well, I
You
feel
realize
like you need to vote, so you got a right to bitch for the next 4 years.
Well, there you go.
Because
There
when
you
people
go.
start bitching around me, I'll ask them. I said, "Well, did you vote?" "Well, no, I didn't vote." I said, "Then shut up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You passed up
I
your
get
right to
that.
vote."
I do.
Because
So
you know down here that voting is compulsory, right?
Yeah, you told us that
That's what you were saying.
a while back.
It's the
And I was-
dumbest idea. I don't know why we do it. I disagree with it. And how ironic is it that we live in a democracy,
Right?
right? Where you should have a right not to vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to vote, you shouldn't have to vote.
That's right.
All it does, and so I've always said, all it does, all the morons who probably wouldn't vote are forced to vote, and who knows what they're writing down on the thing,
Right.
because they're not interested.
Right.
They're the last people you want voting. You only want people that actually give a shit. to vote.
That's
Right.
true. I agree with that.
Well, it doesn't matter if 5 people in the country vote. Who cares?
Yeah.
What difference does it make? You know, at least you're getting a true vote. But when you force people to do it and fine them and threaten them with, I don't get it. I've never understood it here. Never.
No, I don't get it either.
It's up to you. It should be, I tell you what, it's a much better system in over in America because you have to work for your votes over there. Politicians here are lazy.
I don't know, Patrick. It seems like over here, and of course, I'm not outside, so I'm kind of close to the situation. But it seems like no matter what we do, it doesn't matter they're going to put in there who they want in there. And
Well,
Biden is living proof of that.
You've just got a figurehead on strings
Right.
because you got other people running the country. I mean, we just got somebody to blame shit on.
Right. Right.
Do you have to show when you vote? Do you have to show identification when you go and
Oh
vote?
yeah.
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 That's the other incredible thing here.
They're trying to make it where the illegals don't have to show identification.
Right.
That's
We'll get-
profiling.
What a load of shit.
I have to prove
That's
who I am.
profiling.
I've been in the same house for 41 years, voted at the same school for 41
Yeah, and
years.
you have to show
I
ID.
still have to prove who I am. But you got people swimming the river running across here, and you're not allowed to ask for their ID.
And why should they have the right to vote anyway?
They shouldn't.
They wouldn't.
They
If
should
they're
not.
not a citizen, they shouldn't be voting.
That I agree 100%.
But you know here, we had one here yesterday. They call it a referendum.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. You can Google it if you want. It's quite divisive and controversial, what it's all been about. But anyway, you walk in, and all they say to you is, "Oh, well, who are you?" And you just tell them. Now, I always just hand them my driver's license because it means I don't have to say anything.
Right.
Here you go. Don't have to have a conversation, right? But if I didn't do that, I could just go in and say, "Yeah, I'm
Elvis.
on fire." I'm Bill from bloody Texas.
Yeah.
And they say, "Oh, really? Okay." And then you know what they say? They say, "Have you voted previously in this election?"
Wait a minute.
So
'Cause
you
what-
go down
Well, if
and
you
vote as many
say
times as you
no,
want.
but you did, you
Well,
can't
in my area, there's dozens of places you can go and vote.
right.
And there's no computers or anything. And this is all on bits of paper. They have a book, and they just
you
cross
can-
your name off.
You can hit
So
each one.
I could spend the whole day going to all the different polling places, and when they say, "Have you voted?" I was like, "What do you think I'm going to do? Say yes? I have voted before." They just kick me out. I just say no. Now that's a federal election, so you can't tell me there isn't corruption.
Oh, there definitely is.
You don't think people have organised themselves to say, "Oh, I'm going to vote," because they do check. I don't know how they do it. It's like a needle in a haystack. They can catch you out, but they have to physically go. Can you imagine being paid to do this sitting there through 20 million things and go, "Oh, look, Patrick Carroll, he voted 10 times." You know what happens if they catch you? You get a small fine of some sort. It's minimal, nothing. But the point of it is, once because you put it on a bit of paper, you chuck it in there. No one knows who the vote is, so they can't. The vote stands, right? Even if they find out who I am.
Craziness.
I worked it out. If I got 10 people, and we all organised ourselves, we could all go systematically to each voting place. We all vote as us, as me, as ourselves once, and then we swap names, right? And we could do that 10 times under 10 different names, but also at 10 times each. If you try and think about that, next minute you've got thousands
Right.
of illegal votes that have to be counted. They have to count them. The damage is done. It is unbelievable that, oh no, you don't have to show ID. Go figure it out. Go figure it out. It's always been this way here. I just don't get it. No one can, and that's
That
the
make
thing.
a lot of sense.
When you ask the politicians about it here, they don't have any answers either. And that tells
They don't
me
want the answers.
they don't want the answers because they're quite happy
Right.
with. I wonder why they're so happy about it.
Right. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? Hold the fort down for me.
Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean, man?
I hear what you're saying. It just
You know what
doesn't
I'm
make sense to me. It's getting almost as ridiculous here. I don't know what they're going to do this next election. It's going to be a free for all.
Well, it's true right over there. Like each state has even got their own method of voting. There's different ways.
Yeah.
That's even crazier. That's even crazier.
Some states have paper where you punch the hole in it. Some of them have,
That's ridiculous.
you put it in a thing and it comes down and punches it. Some places are electronic. Someone's got, from what I understand, some of the old rural cities have the old style where you got the lever and you flip the levers and it registers. And the thing is, it's electoral votes. So, each state only gets so many votes if the state goes red or blue.
Right.
So each individual vote really doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah.
They can be 1 million people vote or 10 million people vote. They count the number of votes that Texas puts towards getting somebody in is the same number.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I don't agree with that. It should be a vote is a vote.
Nah, don't think
Yeah.
so.
One vote.
If it was like that, New York and California would rule who becomes president. We don't want that.
You think they don't already?
No, they don't. No.
Well, I think my vote should count as a vote.
Well, it should. But I'm just saying, without the electoral system, the 3 biggest states are going to carry the election.
Well, that's where the politicians should work the hardest then.
I agree.
What's that you're eating, Charlotte? A cracker or?
These are like little cheesy puffs.
Do you know what would be delicious with them? Some egg salad.
Oh, your
You could
pie
dip it
hole.
in the egg salad and
Patrick, you are not my friend. These are still better than that stuff. These are actually flavored with cheese, cheddar cheese, prosciutto, and rosemary. They are so stinking good.
Good night, Terry.
Hi, Terry.
Good night, Terry. I hope you feel better soon. My daughter gets a subscription every month called Universal Yums.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Boxes of snacks from all over the world. And this month it was Germany. And some of the things are really good. And a few of them I didn't care for very much. Last month's box, Czech Republic. The place has the weirdest dang snack. We went through this
Probably
box.
20 years old.
I know, right? We went through this box. We tested everything. None of us liked. There might have been one thing out of the whole box that we liked individually.
Shame you haven't done a video on this.
Last month, if we'd have done a video, it would have went viral. Swear to God.
Once again, rotten
I know.
eggs.
But so we're at the end of this box, and she brings out this bag of pretzels, and I thought, pretzels are great. This will be easy. We might like this one.
How can they mess up pretzels?
That's what I was thinking. She passes around the pretzels. We each take our pretzel, and it was a little tiny little nugget pretzel. You know what I mean? Just a little teeny tiny one, kind of thicker than a stick pretzel. And we all put it in our mouth, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, it was pretzel with caraway seeds in it.
Mm.
And I'm
Oh, I like caraway seeds.
oh, I can't stand them. No, apparently, none of us like them very much. And I'm screaming, "Hey, but pretzel! How
Do you imagine if you had caraway seeds in scrambled eggs?
No, be quiet. No, no.
Hey, you know this. You were speaking earlier about stuff that you know trying to give it a try. There's one thing that I would never try, and this will be good for you, Charlotte. Have you heard of balut?
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
What is
I
it?
don't think I could
I
do
want you
that.
to Google it, Charlotte.
I'm scared too.
Well,
It's a
I'll put
delicacy
you
around the world.
It's
How do you
what it is.
spell it?
It's a delicacy. It's like an Asian thing, and it's a partially well, how would you describe it? Partially formed
It's a fully developed.
fetus.
It's a fully developed duck that hasn't hatched yet,
Yeah,
and I think they boil them,
yeah, and then you eat it like a
Yeah.
boiled egg.
and when you
And it's
crack
got the beak,
shell,
the
it's got-
beak and the claws.
I am horrified.
Yeah.
Well, you should see how they look.
and the feathers are
It's
still
horrendous.
the feathers are there.
Yeah,
This thing's
Filipino.
like a
There you
day,
go. Dwayne said it.
like
It's
a day or so away from hatching.
Have you eaten one?
No, I
No,
would. No, I couldn't do it. Just the look of it looks like
I
it looks
couldn't get
horrendous.
past the fingernails.
Beak is in there.
Yeah, but it's not crunch. Apparently, it's not. It's not crunchy. It's soft. But it's a partially formed duck egg.
Yeah.
And it hasn't
It's
hatched yet.
disgusting.
I know. It's
No.
awful. I've seen
That's
people eat
disgusting.
them. I've seen
Yeah,
people eat them. In
I
fact,
gotta draw the line there.
do you guys know Paulie Detmerds?
No.
Do either of you know Paulie?
Uh-uh.
He's got a channel, and his wife is. I'm pretty sure his wife's Filipino, and he was over there doing a series of videos not too long ago, and he did a video where he eats one.
Oh gosh,
Mm-mm-mm.
That's gotta be-
But I've heard the taste is pretty good, which is why people like it. But it's just the thought of it and the look of it.
Hi, Ian. Thanks for coming in tonight. Oh, he's from Australia too.
they're
I
taking
forgot
over.
about that.
Build a wall. They're taking
So
over.
we have Fluff, and we have Ian, and we have Patrick, all of my Australian buddies.
Well,
No, that does not
well,
sound appetizing to me at all.
I identify. as
Oh no!
Australian.
You'll want to throw up when you even see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It is.
Ian,
I would eat pastrami, like that stinky fish.
Before
I'd eat
you
that
would
all
eat
day.
yeah.
I'd eat it all day
Canned fish.
Mhm.
compared to that balut. Even though the balut apparently tastes quite nice. I just and the other one is that when they deep fry the bugs and tarantulas and things. I just couldn't do that.
I could.
No,
I could.
not
choke,
bugs.
I could choke that down before I could eat a duck.
Oh,
A-
yeah,
a
yeah.
baby duck,
I
yeah.
could eat a chocolate covered ant before I could eat a duck. Ian, the weather here is beautiful. This is probably the best time of year for the next, Grumpus, 2 weeks?
Probably, yeah. It's a pleasant 59 degrees here in Houston.
Yeah, and we're having highs in about the mid 70s. And and that's Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is Celsius, but
I think it got
it's
72
very
today.
comfortable weather, and it's a welcome relief from the heat that lasted way too long. Hang on, I missed a comment up here. Thought that head cheese isn't good. Head cheese is not bad. I have tried that before, and It's pretty good.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Yeah,
Um,
it's just the name sounds pretty bad, but so
Yeah.
no.
it's basically just like they boil the
Yeah,
Head
it's
of a
the
pig.
length of the head.
and then they pick all the meat off of it. But
Yeah.
you know when you get that stock and it turns jelly,
Yeah, yeah.
well they pack it all together, right? And then they slice it and make sandwiches out of it.
Yeah, I'd eat that. I never have, but I would. No problem.
Well, it doesn't even. I mean, the name sounds offensive, and boiling the head of a pig kind of sounds gross. But the final product
Oh,
is actually fairly good, and the seasoning is what makes it. It's down here they do it kind of like a Creole seasoning, and it's delicious. What's not good?
Sheena,
Oh, it's hot there. Are you hot, Patrick? Are you guys hot too?
of course I am.
God dang it, Patrick.
Can't touch this.
Oh, Lord.
You walked right into that one, Charlotte.
Oh, he's eating witchetty grubs.
How revolting.
I can't see. Maybe with
I can't
enough
remember
alcohol.
what those are, Patrick. I know we've talked about this before.
Oh, you'd love them, Charlotte. These
No, I would
big,
not.
fat, white, like they look like grubs. They're like leaf like
That's soft.
ugh.
Got that soft,
And you
chewy
bite
center.
into them and no.
I mean, are they like the size of your fist, or are they?
Oh, they get pretty big, yeah. And
Probably
they
about like
rotate.
your thumb. Probably about like your thumb, right?
Ooh,
It's bigger, I think, in some cases. And they eat them. They put them in the fire and then you eat them.
so Ian, did you enjoy your witchetty grubs? That's what I want to know. See,
bet.
Once again, they say they're pretty tasty. They taste like, but I mean, once again, why would you want to eat that? I can understand if you're,
Pops.
if it's 1,000 years ago and you're living in the
well, yeah,
bush,
and you're hungry, really
you got
hungry.
nothing else to eat, which is wouldn't surprise me if an Aboriginal people here said that's exactly what it was. It was food that you could eat when there was no other food. 'Cause
Right,
why would you choose to eat that?
right.
Unless I'm
Hi,
missing
Sheena.
something.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even see you down there. My chat's not moving like it should. I'm gonna have to go on here. But here, let me turn it all the way down before I end up. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, all of you guys who don't know who Sheena is, go check out her channel. In fact, check out each other's channels. That's what we're doing here. Kinda, sorta. Are we doing that or are we just hanging out?
Yes.
Yes and yes. Yeah, and y'all don't forget to hit that like button down there. Cause I really need help. I need help. One of my grandparents had a saying, if you're hungry, you'll eat. Now that is true. And in fact,
Yes.
oh my gosh, y'all, this is crazy. So my other brother that's not got half his skull missing, it's my baby brother. He has a daughter who's like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5. I think she's 4, almost 5. She won't eat. She's very, very picky eater. She only has like a handful of things that she eats, like bacon, macaroni and cheese. I don't know what else, but it's not much more than that.
Sounds good to me.
And I know, right? So they take her to a doctor. Well, doctor's concerned because she's not growing like a 5-year-old should, or she's not as big, and she, and so they send her to this specialist, right? Well, they diagnose her something called ARFID, and it's And I think these doctors and these shrinks are really getting carried away with the acronyms and the alphabet soup of diagnoses that they're giving children. Because, and the reason I say that is because I've never heard of a 5-year-old starving itself to death. When they're hungry, they normally will eat something.
Right.
Right? And who cares if it's just macaroni and cheese? If that's what they like, feed it to them. And I went through that with my 2 youngest kids. For years and years, they were super picky eaters. There were only certain things that they really liked: chicken nuggets, bacon, macaroni and cheese, ramen noodles. Now, they did like black olives. They love pickles. So I just, let them eat whatever they want. So, well, that was my fault too, because I didn't make them take a no thank you bite. Just,
Yeah,
I didn't know about
how a small
bite.
child like that could be picky.
Right. So anyhow, they are going to send her this summer between kindergarten and first grade to this 8-week program where they, I guess, brainwash her into eating. Because, really, seriously, how do you force feed a 5-year-old? We all know that our food is the one thing we have so much control over. You can't make somebody eat something.
If they get hungry, though, they'll eat. You don't have to make them eat.
I get that, Grumpus. I understand that. But I just think it's kind of weird. First of all, how does a 5-year-old get eating disorder? Because that's what they're calling it. I don't understand it.
That sounds silly. That's
And
not
now
really-
I've read all the information on this condition that's, on the internet. But
who is this child?
This is my baby niece.
That's a
Oh,
soapbox
right.
I need to stay off of.
It's just
Can I just ask how much is it going to cost to send the child to?
Who knows? It's a day treatment program, though. She doesn't have to spend the night.
I'm tipping they're not doing it for free, though. They're getting paid.
Of course they are. You made chili again, great grandpa's recipe, and it was. You know what? I saw the little shorts video you did, and it looks really, really good. Sheena, I got a load. Oh, Ian's got mangoes. Now that's something I can get on board with. I love mango. You know what I love to do with mangoes? Other than Grumpus's salsa. Dear God, that's good. That mango salsa that you made that time with the, was it pork?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pork roast.
Oh God,
That was the jerk
good.
to make a jerk pork roast.
Yeah. Anyhow, that I like doing that. And I also like making a black bean salad with mangoes. And I use cucumbers and tomatoes and all the stuff. And I just throw it all in a bowl together. And I do that. What else do I use? I can't remember all the ingredients. I got it written down somewhere. But that was something that I started doing when I lived in Virginia. And it was the most refreshing, delicious salad. I loved it. 2 varieties, strawberry mango and Bowen mango. I didn't know there was, well, it's a plant. There's got to be lots of varieties, but still, I didn't know the names of them. I would love to go to my dad's house for Thanksgiving this year, but I can't. I got to wait till after Christmas. I'm going to go from the 26th to about the 30th, I think. But he has persimmon trees, and I'm really hoping that there's just a few persimmons left on the trees because that's my new fave.
Persimmon.
I don't think I've ever eaten a persimmon.
Oh, is he home?
Yeah. We'll get the boy.
Oh, great. Okay. Apparently, he heard the phone.
Good.
So the boy just texted and said that he needs to be picked up. So that's great. They got home a little bit early. Lance had a great idea putting Grandpa's chili in a sausage casing. Shut the front door. That sounds kind of cool. Would you do that? Would either of you do that?
That would be quite the trick, I think, to get it into
Yeah.
casing.
Do you think? I mean, don't you have an attachment for the
Yeah, I've got a sausage attachment on my grinder,
mm-hmm.
but
Yeah,
I don't
that's-
know. You know, you got that auger in there to push the meat. I
Yeah,
just
how would
don't
you
know
get
if pouring
chili?
soup or something like a chili in there. I don't know how that auger would be able to grab it and push it through.
I
You
see.
follow me? I think the liquid
Yeah.
would be left behind, and it would
Yeah,
just
too
push the
liquidy.
solids.
Right.
Unless it was a really thick,
Yeah.
I suppose, mixed.
A meaty, real meaty, thick chili. Well, I know hers is probably a carnivore chili, so there's probably no beans, no nothing, just seasoning
If
and
it had
meat.
beans, it wouldn't be chili.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way there, but
But I live in a chili house divided.
I know you do. I know. I know.
Maybe just tell your wife it's eggplant.
I might have to. Maybe I'll just do an eggplant sausage.
Now that she
Mrs.
loves
Lucas
eggplant.
would not like that. Let's see. I'm
Pork fat
sorry.
and hamburger. Okay.
Oh, Ian likes persimmon too. Persimmon is
What-
really delicious. I'll tell you what I think it tastes like, Grumpus. It's a small fruit about this big,
Yeah.
and it has the texture of. Well, there's two different kinds of persimmons. The one my dad has is a Fuyu persimmon, and it has the texture of like a melon, like a honeydew melon or a cantaloupe.
Okay.
Super sweet. Similar flavor as a exotic melon,
Okay.
but it's delicious. Don't eat the seed.
So it's not citrusy or anything like that then.
No. Now, well, not the Fuyu, but now there's another variety of the fruit that is more of a jelly type texture, like a tomato almost. And I'm not super familiar with that type of persimmon because I've never tried that. But Dad said he doesn't care for them because they're kind of mushy
Oh, okay.
and he doesn't care for that texture. So he gets the Fuyus because they have a better texture. He said, but if you pick them too late, you let them stay on the tree too long, they will get mushy too. And just you'd have to make like a bread or a pie or something like that with it because it would just be too. So he tells me if you squeeze it and it gives just a little bit, it's perfect.
There you go.
So I bought a persimmon tree last spring.
So then what do you do with them? You just eat them raw in a salad type thing, or do you?
I
cook
just
them?
cut them up and eat them
Okay.
like a peach.
Okay.
That's what I do with them. I don't put anything on them.
But you
Oh,
don't make- you
yes,
don't
it
make
is kind
pie.
of yellow and super sweet inside. Yeah. They're delicious.
So you don't do like a persimmon pie or anything like that with them?
I wouldn't. No. I guess you could do like a fruit salad with a persimmon and whatever you wanted to throw in there. Now that would be a good use for it. You know how people do watermelon salads
Yeah.
and put them in the baskets, and so yeah, you could do that. But
Persimmon chutney.
yes, you could use them in a chutney. Yes, but it's a more firm
Okay.
fruit. Yeah. Mom. Oh, she did. Nothing But Love said her mom used to bake bread with them. Sounds delish.
I like
So
to
just
try
had
one.
chunks, chunks in the bread?
I think you would have to let them get really good and soft to do that, to make bread with them. Yeah. Sheena, you please send me that recipe because I would love to do something like that for my dad. I'll have him put them in the freezer, and I don't know if they freeze well. Do they freeze well, guys? Ian said that's what his neighbor made. Okay. NBL is a man baby. Who is NBL? Oh, nothing.
Nothing but love.
Sheena, why are you calling him man baby? Oh, Lord, drama on my channel. Can't take it.
You should be used to that by now, Charlotte.
Right? Right.
She says they're mushy after freezing. So could you
Oh,
puree it and,
Yeah.
and put it away that way? And then, like she said, make some bread or, like a zucchini bread or something, but
Yeah,
just use
yeah.
it as a, interesting. I never see them down here.
really?
I've never seen one at the grocery store,
Mm.
but I wasn't looking for them. But
I've never seen them at the grocery store either. I've only seen them growing on trees.
They must have a short shelf life or something.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
For the longest time, Sheena thought I was a woman. I think I did too for a while because I was on Sheena's channel whenever I met you. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, you can get them in an Asian store, Sheena says. We don't have any of those here. Not with, I'm sure there's one somewhere, but I've never hunted it down to find it. I would love if there were one close to me, though. I did find out we have a world market here in Mobile, Alabama. And I think I'm going to go check that out.
I've left a lot of money at that place.
Have you?
Oh yeah.
Is it really nice? I mean, is a lot of
It's like-
varieties?
It's along the Pier 1 Imports
Oh,
variety.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Well, I guess I could go check it
I
out.
mean, they've got at least the one up here. You can buy plates and chargers and candles and all that stuff. But the one here, the whole back half of it is foods,
Well, that's what I'm kind of interested in is the
Canned-
food section.
canned foods, and different odd things.
But I'm sure if I walk through it, I'd see something else I'd want to buy too.
Oh, you wouldn't leave empty-handed. I can guarantee you that.
Right. It's kind of like going to Buc-ee's.
Kind of pretty
You know?
much. Yeah.
I just going in for some beef jerky. Come out
Going in-
$600 later. You
Going in for a beef sandwich and you end up spending $100.
That's the truth, man. That place will suck you right in there.
Yeah,
It's like a
It'll run you
black
broke.
hole.
$5 at a time.
Mhm. But I love it. I can't
fun.
let myself do it very often, but I do love it there. Y'all just emojiing up the whole stinking chat, aren't you? It's nice though. At least it's not the finger emoji. They're smiling at each other and laughing. Oh goodness.
Yeah, when I go to
Patrick, what have you been doing with yourself? Are you working different hours lately? Because I just haven't seen you very much around the streets.
Yes, I'm working different hours. I'm working night shift.
Do you like it?
I love it. It's my choice. I'm doing it by choice.
Are you? Okay.
I am.
When I worked, I preferred working at night too. The 11-7 to me was my favorite. That's what I used to work 11 to 7 in the nursing home. And
Mhm.
and it wasn't, I mean, well, the job itself was not super enjoyable, and it was a hard work for women. It's hard work. You got to manhandle all these folks and turn them over and stuff. But it was the most enjoyable shift that there was.
Well, everybody was asleep, weren't they?
Well, yeah, but you know, when you work in a nursing home, people like to sneak out in the middle of the night as far as, and I don't mean walking.
Panty raids?
I mean dying.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I understand.
yeah. And so that was exciting.
Got to be tough, I would think.
It was hard. Sometimes it was hard. It didn't matter. It was still even if you didn't know the patient, like let's say they came in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they'd had a CVA and stroke. And we had one guy who that actually happened. And he came in that afternoon. He had had a terrible stroke that affected the reptilian part of your brain that helps you breathe and maintains your body temperature and the things you don't think about, right? And he slowly got worse and worse and worse and finally passed at about 3 a.m. And those are hard ones. Even though I didn't know him, I had only taken care of him for a few hours. I still understood that he was somebody's father, friend, brother, son, whatever, you know, I understood that. And so it's always, I'm not going to say it was emotional, but I'm just going to say you recognize that that's the loss of a person.
Of course.
That somebody cares about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Not an easy job.
No. That's why I decided not to do it anymore.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, you know, you burn out. You
Oh,
burn
yeah.
out. Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
I know here that there's a big shortage of nurses here
right.
in this country, and they're all overworked and underpaid, all that sort of stuff. So people don't stay in it very long because it's.
Oh, it's happening here too, Patrick. And I don't blame them. After COVID and the way they were treated and the way that I don't blame them a bit.
Exactly.
Oh, let me see. Oh, I can't. My shoulder. Ouch.
You got short arms like a T-Rex.
I know. These are the show shirts this year for the band program.
Oh, Electric Storm.
Yeah.
What?
Wow, they look classy.
Don't they look nice? And these are all of our sponsors here on the back.
Ah,
Got the Dairy Queen and the Patio 44. Really nice restaurant. AMR, that's People Who Saved My Life. The ambulance company. Oh, Rumpus is back. Thank goodness.
Sorry about that.
And then we've got, I don't know. Oh, Serendipity Creamery. That's our new ice cream shop.
ooh,
Oh, and then the credit union and the glass doctor and the orthodontist, Shepherd Homes.
And cheddar.
Hey,
What?
I'm on a live stream.
Don't care.
They don't care. They don't care.
Oh yeah, your mom.
Do what?
Your mom.
Okay. So yeah, this is a nice shirt. I like it. This is actually 2 years ago. This was the
oh,
show shirt.
I like that one too.
These show shirts are actually the majority of my wardrobe.
And you forgot the Rise Up one.
I got Rise Up. That was the first one. Violet's freshman year. There's one that says Rise Up. It's gray and it's, yeah. It's not as clever as these, though. What are y'all doing? Congratulations, son. Congratulations. I know that was very exciting for you guys, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was Cannon happy?
Yeah.
Good.
Third place out of.
I know. It's crazy, isn't
Third
it?
place in his division. That's trophyable right there.
It is. So 2 weeks, you guys practice your butts off, and this is going to get great.
Mhm.
So Charlotte, the wife always She never knows when she can come in here or not because she never knows if I got cameras turned on. So here's my new addition.
Let me see.
Yeah, the band.
You're new at. I don't understand what I'm looking at.
It says on air.
Oh my goodness! Is that outside of your office?
That's outside my door, and I got a
Oh
remote.
my god!
I've got a remote, so I can turn it on and off when I want to.
That is brilliant.
Brilliant. I didn't tell her I had it. I just put it up there and turned it on. I heard her around the corner and just busted out laughing.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. Sheena did what? Played a music bowl? Oh, the singing bowls.
Zoomed in. Really good.
Grumpus, I'm gonna have to get one of those signs.
It wasn't. I think it was $26 with shipping and everything.
I think I'm gonna have to get a locking door on the doorway from the dining room to the living room too.
I got it. It's battery powered, so I didn't have to run power to it,
Good night, dear.
and it had a little remote, so I can operate, turn it on and off from here.
Uh-huh.
And I told her, I said that way, because she never wants. And I told her, I said, well, sometimes the cameras are off. I'm just in the chat,
Right.
but every once in a while she'll need something, and I find out the next day, and it's something I could have taken care of with just in a matter of seconds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So now she knows.
Very nice. Well, I'm surprised that she must be a heck of a lady because she's so respectful of your time.
Hey, I've trained her pretty good. She knows her place.
Well, it seems I still have a house full of monkeys.
Well, according
Yeah, well,
to very mature, so.
No, you won't.
she might, for example, want you to make her some eggplant dip.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Somebody teach me how to make baba
Ganoush.
ganoush.
I would like to watch somebody make it once.
I
because
would
it's
too. I wonder if
really
Patrick would be
so
willing to show
smoky.
us.
I don't know how they get
Maybe
it. So
maybe I'll do a video on it.
That would
There
be
you go.
so amazing.
I would even watch it.
I would too.
You'd even watch it.
Yeah,
Well, that's a done deal then. That's a done deal.
I wouldn't wait for the review. I'd just watch it for myself.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Sheena is
Oh,
starting her own steel drum band. She is not.
Steel drum band.
Those singing bowls to me are so fascinating. They have a odd sound, and I get it. But they're really cool. It's kind of like, you ever seen them when they fill up the crystal glasses with water and then they do the little
Yeah, those are
thing
pretty
and they
cool.
make that is so cool to me too. I couldn't be that talented.
So what's the latest, the most recent horror movie you've watched, Grumpus?
Oh gosh, I haven't watched any movies in a while.
Really? What's the matter with you?
I've been on Charlotte's Lives.
Oh,
You're so full of prunes.
that explains it all.
Baba Ganoush pot pies.
Oh, nice. That's a good idea. Pot pies.
No, I can't. I'm really looking forward to watching the new Saw movie
Oh, what a shock.
and the new one we mentioned here a little while ago.
The new
Yeah.
Exorcist
The
movie.
new Exorcist. That looks pretty good.
Do you like the Purge movies?
Yeah, I like to watch them. They're kind of disturbing, but
Yeah.
they're fun to
That's the
watch.
whole idea, I think.
I don't
They're
like
fun,
those
huh?
psycho thriller type movies.
I have a hard time trying to figure out who to root for.
Mm.
I don't know which team I want to be on.
Oh my.
I want to be on the team with the guns, the ones with the guns.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I pretty
Thinking
much
about
seen
building
all of them.
myself a panic room. So
Have you seen all of them, Patrick?
I think I've seen all of them. Yeah,
have you?
there's about 6, I think 5 or 6 of them.
Now there should be. I mean, we should be coming out with some pretty good movies this month. That's generally when the horror movies hit, some month of October.
Yeah, but then maybe with the writers' strike, there might be a delay.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
That may have delayed things too. That's true.
I'll tell you what I've enjoyed watching is a TV show called The Last of Us.
I have heard that's very good.
I've heard it's
I
good. I
highly-
haven't seen it.
I highly recommend it. I think you in particular would like it, Charlotte.
Why?
I just think that you would. I'm usually pretty correct with my.
I don't know now. I'm not much of a
Opinions of
chick
what you
flick
would like.
kind of lady.
Yeah, this isn't a chick flick show because it's a bit like The Walking Dead,
Oh, okay.
but it's
Okay.
not the same. But it's about a little girl and a guy, a little girl who, she gets infected. Well, she gets attacked by one of these things and
Okay.
it doesn't do anything to her. So she's considered immune to it.
Oh.
And this guy's given the job of taking her across country to a place where they can make a vaccine for,
Okay.
for the problem. And it's the story of their travel. It's
was
based on a
thinking
video
about,
game.
honestly,
It's really good.
I got the names confused because I know there's another one called This Is Us.
No, I haven't
And
heard of
it's
that.
chick flicky and romantic
No,
BS, and I don't like that. I would watch The Last of Us.
Oh, it's good. It's
The
good.
one that I would watch that.
Yeah, there's some really good stuff. It's really high
Yeah.
quality.
Wait a minute. This the one where the who is the actor who's taken her across and he's protecting her?
Yeah. No, it's good. If you get a chance, you won't
I think
regret
I've seen
Oh,
advertisements.
it's huge. It was a big, hugely
Yeah.
popular, and I can see why because it's really, really well done.
Well,
Good
and
stuff.
it's
And it'd have a lot in it for you too. There is a sort of a horror aspect to it.
well, that's not. I mean, I see there's a horror aspect, but it's more about the story of the travel and the
Yeah.
yeah,
There's some really good stuff that happens.
yeah. I could watch
Really,
that. Joel and Ellie, pair connected through harshness of the world. Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
Well, sounds like you're due to watch some good quality horror. There, Grumpus.
I might have to check that out.
Stop going on Charlotte's live streams.
Don't listen to
Not
him.
all the time. Not all the time. I tell you what, stop going on the dude's live streams. That'll
Right?
don't worry about it. And by the way, I didn't want to put this out in the chat the other day, but I've got his new credit card number.
Oh God!
He doesn't know about it. But if any of you, if you want to, if you
Can I
need
have
to
some
buy,
spoons?
if you're a bit short of cash or whatever, just hit me up.
Will
Hit me up
do.
in an email, and I'll send you his details. The
That's
password is the dude abides, all one word.
Dude abides. Exactly.
Yeah.
Always.
I think I've stunned Grumpus into frozen.
Uh-oh.
He's frozen with excitement.
I see that. Look at him.
That's a good
He
picture,
hasn't
actually. isn't
moved
it?
in minutes.
That's a rare talent.
Indeed. I'm glad you turned me on to that movie because I
What
never
movie?
would have really. I just don't peruse Netflix like I once did. And
Yeah, well, I think there's so much to choose from. You sort of
You're
get
right.
overwhelmed. You get
it's
overwhelmed.
very
Oh, what am I-
overwhelming for me.
And then
and
you
it-
risk, like, if it's something you don't know, you might watch it and waste, and it'd be terrible, and you've wasted your time.
Exactly. And waste an hour and a half watching a movie
Yeah.
that's crap. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
But-
recommend The Last of Us. It's very
Okay.
good.
I will watch that. That looks like something I would enjoy.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
yeah.
right.
And it's easy to-
You pegged me.
it's emotional. There's emotional stuff in it. There's all sorts of stuff in it. It's good.
Yeah.
Something for everyone, Sean.
Yeah.
So what's happening with Hazel?
Oh, nothing. I've just been a little preoccupied with
Well, it's time to get back on the bike.
it is. It is. And I fully agree with that. Tomorrow, Puppy and I are going to do some work in the garden. I've got to move some dirt around and
Oh.
he'll be back. He'll be back. I'm talking to here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless, of course, Mrs. Grumpus says, no, you're not coming back. So, but I've got some work to do in the garden. I've got to get rid of some of the garden beds. It's just getting to be too much for me to maintain all of it.
Takes a lot of work, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. And I've got my grandson now on Fridays. I watch him.
Oh,
And-
do you?
Yeah. And now Murphy's in high school, so he's a little more high maintenance than he was in middle school because of band for the most part. And I just I need to do less of the garden. Not less, but less space.
Yeah. I mean,
Try-
that's the thing, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
just it gets to be too much. And it's great when they look good, but if you leave them alone, they sort of get
Oh.
overrun.
You should see it
Yeah.
right now. It's in such bad shape, and I'm so
It's a
embarrassed.
jungle. A
Yeah,
jungle.
and it's a dead jungle. I've got two live pepper bushes left. I've got eggplant. I don't even like. Well, I normally don't like eggplant. Normally, I like it roasted.
Yeah. Well, that's how you do it. You roast them and then you puree it. Like
Is that how you make the baba ganoush?
Yeah. But
Puree.
they like the stuff that Grumpus had sounds like it was like over charcoal or something. Grumpus.
No, it was
Yeah.
it came in a
No, but it was roasted. It had a smoky flavor. You said.
had a very smoky flavor to it, but it looked like hummus.
So yes, I get that.
That's the way it was presented.
And
Just
your
like-
wife thought so as well.
Oh, she scarfed that down. Thought it was the best hummus she'd ever ate.
Best hummus of my
That
life.
is so funny. Oh,
You know,
I
that's
did
not the
I did
first
that.
time. Go
I
ahead.
did something like that with my sister with a long time ago now, who at the time was quite the wine snob and would only drink,
$40
expensive-
bottles of
it'd be
wine.
at least this much money for her to, because who would drink cheap wine? Well, I found this particular brand of wine that had a really classy label on it.
Mm-hmm.
Looked really expensive. It was like $4 a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had it on the table there one day, said nothing about it. And she said, "Oh, this looks good." And I was sitting there watching her, and she had a drink of it. She was, "This is delicious. Oh, fantastic. Love it." And I let her drink the whole lot. And then waited for her to say, "Oh, I must. What is it? Oh, you can get it down the road at the corner shop. It's $4 a bottle." You should have seen the look on her face.
That's
This is all crap. I mean, you can. There's a great a video. It's probably still on YouTube with a guy called comedian John Cleese. He was I'm sure. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Hi, Jenny.
British comedian.
Y'all, this is my cousin.
Who
She
is?
said, go to bed for crying out loud. Jenny,
Oh, Jim.
look, okay, what happened was Murphy went to a band competition tonight, and we thought we had to pick him up at 2:00 in the morning, but they got in early. But Poppy fell asleep, so I had to stay awake in order to wake him up, I thought. But apparently, Murphy called Poppy's phone, and he woke up anyway, and it was just a whole thing. So I decided to come on here, and these kind young gentlemen have taken to keeping me awake. And now I don't need to be awake, but we're just having fun talking, so here we are.
Not
Go
just
ahead.
gentlemen,
Finish
but
your
young
story,
gentlemen.
Patrick. Finish
Yeah,
that
yeah.
story.
Young
We're
gentlemen.
not trying to get her in bed. We're trying to keep her up.
Right.
Oh, there's so many things I could say right now.
Rumpus, you are rotten. You are rotten as they come.
I could say about 20 things right now. I'm not going to.
Jen says, uh-huh.
This scream could go down the toilet here real fast.
And what are you doing up? Oh my goodness.
Well, Charlotte, did you ever get your software downloaded? You were trying to
No,
open
no,
shop.
it won't. Apparently it doesn't want to download on a Chromebook.
Hmm.
And I can't figure it out. I went to the website.
I tried to install Chrome OS on one of my laptops. and
Right.
it gave me fits. I thought if I could get Chrome on a laptop, then I could help you get the other things set up. But
Yeah.
I couldn't make my I couldn't fool it into installing on my laptop.
Right, right. Well, I'll figure something out. And if push comes to shove, I can keep using the KineMaster.
Oh, this is what are you trying new editing software, eh? Or
Was it
I was wanting
OpenShot?
OpenShot, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to maybe switch to. But I use KineMaster now, or KineMaster, however you say it, and I know it. I mean, I've been using it the whole time. It's something I'm comfortable with. I'm sorry.
Why do you want to change?
Because Grumpus said I should.
You were looking for something else.
Oh, it's all Grumpus's fault.
She's outgrowing KineMaster.
I think so, maybe.
She needs more of a challenge.
That's what Grumpus thinks.
Fair enough, then.
You just woke up and got sick of fighting it. I do that all the time, Jenny. All the time. It's my life.
Well, I'll tell you what, this computer has froze up like 4 times tonight.
Has it been that many times?
Well, every time I disappear, it's because my computer
Because
is
your computer froze.
locked up.
What's making it do that?
I don't know. I built this thing maybe 7-8 years ago.
Oh,
So I may have some components starting to fail on the motherboard, maybe, or maybe a video card. I'm not sure.
yeah.
But if it keeps it up, it may be time to build a new one.
Right. It might be. You never know.
I'm gonna take everything apart tomorrow and blow it out real good and make sure it's just not overheating.
Yeah. Yeah. You mean get the dust out of it
Yeah, I'll take it out and hit it
Right,
with the air
okay.
compressor.
with the air compressor? Good God.
Well, I will. I'll blast that thing at about
I
60
get it.
mile an hour
You,
air.
you know, they sell cans of air to do that with. Like at Walmart, you can buy a can of air that has there you go. That's it.
This is for amateurs.
When I first saw that, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
$3 for air.
Under pressure just so you can blow off your computer.
No,
No.
I'll take it outside in the driveway and blow it off so all the dust flies out in the yard.
Right. Right.
I haven't done that in about 3 years.
Jenny said,
Because
gosh, maybe that's what's wrong with me.
I've got so much stuff plugged into the back of it. I'm afraid I won't be able to get it all back where it belongs.
I get it. Yeah. You've got quite the elaborate
It's just
thing
a lot of
going on
crap.
there. Where are you today as far as your background? I know it looks
This is my
desert.
bedroom. This is my bedroom.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't make the bed.
Oh, for the love of Pete, that's pretty.
Great views,
Got my
man.
fire
What'd
going.
you do with Mrs. Grumpus? Chop her up and put her in the fire?
Oh, this is my bedroom.
Oh, you have your own. Okay, I got you.
Got a fire going. It's a little chilly tonight.
I get it. I have got to get a green screen.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm sure it is. I enjoy all of your backgrounds.
It's a lot of fun, and the background is I mean, it's just another.
Yeah.
I just got another YouTube channel running over here,
Oh,
and just
Yeah.
throw it up underneath my other image.
It's like you're an air traffic controller there with all the screens. and-
right.
It's a hobby that got out of control. Just got out of hand.
And you've got an air compressor.
Right.
Is that everybody?
Yeah, we
I've
do.
never met anyone who has an air compressor before.
Are you
My,
kidding me?
My wife.
I don't
uses
even know
it.
what it is. What is it?
It's a big tank, and it's got a motor and a compressor on top of it, and the tank holds air pressure.
Yeah.
What,
It's like
what's the
a.
point?
It's
You can
like
fill
the
your
size of-
tires with it. I can fill
tank-
Hazel's tires.
The tank's like the size of a water heater.
Yeah.
What, and you use it to blow air?
Yeah.
Air up tires.
You can use
Blow tools off. My wife,
tools.
when she cleans her vacuum cleaner, she goes out there and blows all the dust out of it.
well, and not only that, but there's tools that you what are they called? Pneumatic tools.
You got pneumatic tools. You know, I got air wrenches and stuff for the
Yeah.
car.
Grinders,
Yeah,
you name it.
Air impact wrenches.
Mm-hmm.
Who has an air wrench?
Paint sprayers.
You've got
Yes.
everything. It'd be quicker for you to tell me what you don't have.
Yeah,
It'd be a pretty short list.
I don't have a
3
Chromebook.
a.m. You better
There you go. That's it. You've got everything else, though.
Jenny said it's 3 a.m. You better have yourself a he room. Oh Lord.
An air compressor.
Yeah, I mean, my wife uses it more than I do half the time.
Poor
She's
Patrick.
always-
He's going, why?
She's always blowing out the vacuum cleaner. You can,
Oh,
you can,
the filter.
you can
Yeah.
buy paint sprayers so you can spray paint. I couldn't have a garage without one. That if I started from scratch, that's the first thing I'd buy is an air compressor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You must have a big garage.
2-car garage,
Was it about 20 by 20?
maybe. I mean, it's just a track home. It's a 2-car garage. Now there ain't hardly room to. It's only had a car in at one time.
Right. See, we don't put cars in garages here.
I got a full woodworking shop out there.
Right.
I really do.
Ian said if he has a grand piano, I'll be on the next flight. Ian plays beautiful piano.
Well,
True.
do you, Rumpus?
No, I don't have a piano.
You don't have a grand piano? I have a digital.
That's two things you don't have.
I did have a baby grand parked here at the house for about 3 years,
Are you serious?
but it was just a friend of a friend who had well, he had this baby grand and his lease was up. He was an air traffic controller with mental issues. He was putting himself into rehab,
Mm-hmm.
and he did not want to put his piano into storage.
I don't blame him.
So he brought
The
Air
weather
traffic
I
changes
control.
will ruin it.
I told him he could
Okay.
bring it over to the house, and he paid to bring it over and set it up, and he paid to pick it up and haul it off. So I just
Wow.
paid for a while.
An air traffic controller with mental issues. Not a good
Well,
combination.
Imagine that.
Ex traffic controller,
You
and then mental problems.
Oh, okay.
My husband's
he lost that
aunt
job.
was an air traffic controller, and from what I understand, I've never met the woman myself, but it's my mother-in-law's sister, of course, and she talks about her a lot to me,
Yeah.
and apparently she's got some issues too.
Well, he claimed.
Probably should be treated, not a
claimed the job.
substance issue.
Yeah, he claimed it was the job made him nuts, but from what I
was
understand,
probably
he
born
nuts
that way.
before he got the job. Yeah.
Yeah, most people are.
You'd have to be nuts. You'd have to be nuts to do the job in the first place, wouldn't you?
He
Right. Oh gosh. Did
I think
you-
he was just looking for the big check.
Yeah, I'm not.
I didn't know that.
I'm not sure what they get paid here. I don't know what they get paid. It'd have to be a lot.
That's great.
I had a kid moved in next door to me here it's been 20 some years ago.
Yeah.
But he was in air traffic. He had just gotten out of air traffic control school up in Oklahoma and got transferred here to the Intercontinental Airport.
Mhm.
And that would have been 2000, so maybe early 90s. And I
Where
think
are
he
you
said he
now,
was,
What's that behind you?
What
it,
kind of
it's got to add.
nonsense?
It's got to
You've
add.
got a right.
I'm thinking, good Lord, is it a
It was an
genocide?
ad. Anyway, back then it was. I think he said its starting pay was like 76.
Oh, wow.
So that wasn't too bad for a snot-nosed kid in his 20s.
Right.
Just don't
What
crash
year
any
was that,
planes.
you think?
Huh?
Just don't crash any planes.
Yeah, I mean, I went over there and saw his place one night, and he said they only work about 2 hours in an 8-hour shift. I went over there. They had beds to lay down in, had individual rooms with beds in them. You could take a nap. They had ping pong and pool tables, and
Yeah.
they work 15 minutes and take a 2-hour break.
Well, that's my kind of job.
He said there's no stress here. I mean, everything is all run by computers. You're basically
Right.
he said you're basically watching the screen to make sure the computer doesn't mess up. And if it does, you raise your hand and the supervisor comes over and fixes it. So
Shit, now I want to do it.
I thought, man, I need some of that action.
Right?
The cutoff, I was 32 years old and the cutoff was 30.
Oh. Why is there a sounds like the military? You know how the military has a age cutoff? I think it's
But, it's FAA, it's government, so
well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
you can count on some stupid rules.
Now that you mention it, yeah. There goes my first flight in piano. They're all crazy flight controllers. Jenny said they drank. Well, I know lots of government employees who drink quite a lot. almost every well, never mind. I'm not even going there. I've known lots of military folks. A lot of them drink. But not my son-in-law does not. The one I was telling you about that is the prince that went to Afghanistan. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does not drink at all. He's a heck of a guy, I'm telling you.
I wonder how many crashes they're allowed to have before they get sacked.
Is it like 3 crashes and you're out?
Don't do it again.
That's 2. One more.
I hate to go backwards, but remember I was telling you about talking to my daughter about the world situation that's going on?
Yes.
Well, she was telling me she was under the assumption that the events that happened on 9/11 was the first terrorist event, and the thing that triggered a lot of other things, because that's from her perspective in her lifetime. That's all she knows, right? That's been talked about.
They don't teach history anymore, I guess.
Right. And so I was telling her, I said, no, that's not the first. There's been terrorist things going on since probably the 60s, you think?
Well, are we going to include Pearl Harbor?
What? There you go. But now I'm not sure that was, well, I guess
that was an attack on America.
I get that. But I don't think it was a terrorist attack.
Well, what's the difference?
Yeah,
well,
that's what I want to know.
because I'll tell you what I believe the difference is that was one nation attacking another nation. That was an act of war. Terrorists, I think, are not there's an entity, but it's not governing anything. It's not Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. See,
Well,
I
Hamas,
could
what
be
about
wrong.
Hamas? What about Hamas? What about the Taliban?
Well, now see, they are governing the whole Gaza
Yeah.
Strip, so you've got a good point there.
But
Um,
you start crashing planes into buildings. That's an act of war right there.
Well, and yeah, I agree. But who do you go
I
to
think
war
I know
with?
what you're trying to say, though, Charlotte. I think you're trying. I think it's not. There are some acts of terror that aren't affiliated with a particular country. They're just
Rebels.
Right.
yeah. They're sort of
Fringe
not. Oh, it's not
groups,
an
radicals.
actual country attacking you.
Right. So I mean, that was my distinction. Okay.
Right.
But she thought that that was the first time airplanes had ever been hijacked.
Huh.
And I said, no, ma'am, let's look this up. And so I looked up a whole list. I forget what I Googled, but it had an entire list of
No, yeah.
planes that had been hijacked since the 60s. And
Well,
it
she
was
obviously hasn't seen that. She obviously never saw the second Dirty Harry movie. We all saw that, and there was a plane
no, she
hijacking
didn't.
that.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We
But
all know
I
there's
thought
been-
it was very interesting that she didn't. I don't know how she could have known it. They don't teach them that in history, like Drumpus said. But it was surprising to me that she thought that was the only.
She thought that was
the
the first
event.
time.
Yeah, yeah. So that was interesting. That was an interesting conversation. True. What about the civil rights movement? That was back. Yeah. Now
Yeah, that
that's
was in
a
the
good
60s.
point, Ian. That's a very good point. I didn't even think about that. Didn't that happen in the sea? Yes, it did happen in the 50s. Wasn't that late 50s, early 60s? Maybe not 50s.
Yeah, it would have been in the 60s.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think the murmurs started happening in the 50s, but the action didn't take place till the 60s. You know? Of course.
Well, then again, you're talking about her thinking that this is the first time it happened. Back in the 60s when this other stuff happened, we thought that was the first time things had happened.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's so interesting to watch her learn. You know, I didn't pay that much attention to it with the other kids. I was too enthralled. I was just so busy raising 5 at the same time within, a shorter age span.
You had your own terror to deal
Right.
with.
I have my own terrorist group. But life has slowed down a lot since then, and I'm able to sit back and watch some things here. And what about the kidnapping of the plane with Olympic Games sports stars? That was an Iranian. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And I remember that. That was 70s, early 70s.
I think they made a movie out of it.
I think they did too.
It was a movie.
And the PLO, yes, Jenny. Yeah. Well, and you could
take it all the way back to all this stuff that happened in Ireland, and
that's what I was just about to say.
over there.
What about Vietnam? Viet Cong?
Yeah. Well, now that was more like jungle warfare, I think. Guerrilla type warfare.
Still elements of terrorism, though, because they terrorized.
Sure, they did.
There's an element of that in all war. That's the whole idea of it, is to terror one side trying to terrorize the other.
Right. Well, and all war isn't that terror.
It's bullying at its finest.
Right.
Yeah.
And one of the things Violet said to her father today was, well, why don't they stop it? Whoever they is. And Wesley said to her, there's no money in it for them.
That's true.
Interesting perspective. But very true. Very true.
Yeah, but there's always going to be wars because there's always someone out there that wants what you've got,
Right. Right.
you know. And if they can't buy it from you, if they can't,
They're gonna take it
Oh,
or try.
yeah, they're going to try and take it from you. So
Mhm.
there's always going to be wars, you know,
Mhm.
sadly, because that's the human condition, isn't it? We
Yes, it
we
is.
want what we always want what we can't have.
Yeah.
The grass is always greener. We look at the other side and say, well, we want to take that.
Isn't that unfortunate?
And
Yeah.
as Americans, we're so soft. We always put the rest of the world in our perspective.
Right.
And I mean, there's some evil people in this world.
Yeah, but see,
that-
Grumpus,
that
I don't call that
typical
soft.
American-
I
typical
call that
American
something
can't
else.
wrap their brain around
Mhm.
the evil that's in other parts of the country, other parts of the world.
Well, we've just never. I guess it's not the way the U.S. operates.
Well, unless it ends up in your backyard, nobody pays much attention to it.
Right.
Yeah, so I was thinking this today. I woke up, you know, it's quiet. I can hear the birds chirping in the trees, all this shit. I'm thinking, how lucky am I? You know, and I think most people, including me, you take it for granted
You do.
Definitely.
how quickly that could turn on its head. I mean, in Australia, geographically, our next closest nation is Indonesia,
Mm.
and they've got a standing infantry of 1 million, and they're a Muslim country, and you can't tell me that people here that have bad, and there's plenty of them that have bad things to say about America,
Right.
don't realise they're just ignorant. Because if it wasn't for America, there would be no Australia.
It'd be a Muslim country.
We'd be Chinese. We'd be taken over by China. Indonesia, most likely. We're just walking. Well, we'd be completely defenseless. We wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. It would be a walkover.
because they took your guns away.
We've got the biggest reserves of uranium, for example, one of the biggest in the world. We don't use it ourselves, of course. We're too stupid. We export it to other countries that have nuclear power plants. We don't use it. So, I mean, you're telling me this joint's not worth something to another country? They would love it. And it's thanks to America that we haven't been invaded. But there's a lot of people that just don't see that, and they take it for granted, and they think, oh, there must be something about Australia. We're tough or something. They're afraid of us. Get real. Get real, man. You know? So I
Yeah.
love it. I mean, there's plenty of us here that love America, but there are those that disparage, say disparaging
sure,
things.
yeah.
You have no idea how lucky you are. You know?
Yeah.
No idea. You know? I tell you what some of these countries are going through, you do not want to be in a war zone. I'm telling you.
No.
The
No.
last place you want to be, and you want
Never.
to talk about, valuing life. These people, there's no value placed on human life in a war.
Right. Well, and that was
Oh,
one of the things I was trying to explain to Violet about. I'm trying to be real delicate here because I don't want to cause World War III.
On this channel, that would never happen.
Well, it could get around. I don't want somebody making a shorts video of it and saying, "Look at her, she's whatever." Certain aggressive cultures, such as Hamas, maybe, or
There's
cultures,
any number of them.
cultures that don't want to live and let live. Okay. They want the whole world to believe the same way that they do.
Yes.
And if you don't, they don't mind killing you. In fact,
Well, look what happened.
they become martyrs when they do.
But look what happened to you. You had a civil war.
Mm,
You're all killing each other because you had two different ideologies that were never going to agree.
exactly.
So the only solution was war.
Mhm.
And I tell you what, that was the thing. When I was younger, I never appreciated history, right? But now I'm old. I think it's one of the most important subjects, and they taught little of it when I was in school, let alone now. They
Right.
just don't teach it anymore.
Well, they're trying to change history. How can they teach
Well,
something
they're trying to
that's steadily in motion? I mean,
Yeah.
history should be, I don't know, another
I mean, if
soapbox
people-
to stay off of.
I mean, I've looked into a bit of the Civil War, the American Civil War, and it's so complicated. What
Oh,
went
it's
on.
very complex. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm tipping most Australians wouldn't know anything about it. They might know that there was a Civil War in America. I don't. I can see. I might know maybe 1% of it, and that was enough to convince me. Jesus Christ, you don't want to do that again, because that was horrendous. That was
Right.
horrendous.
Right.
So such a brutal. And those were back in the days. You know, a lot of it was hand to hand
Yes.
combat. You know,
Cannons,
horrible
lopping off
stuff.
legs and heads.
Oh, horrendous.
Yeah. World War II was like.
I don't think it'd be like that again.
Oh no. No. Not.
Well, as I say to people, and these are the same people here in Australia who look at America and the gun culture over this. Oh, they're all a bunch of rednecks and all this. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? There's 100 million gun owners over there, and you would think the whole joint would be in a state of anarchy, but no, because the majority of people with guns aren't psychopaths. They're normal people.
Right.
And you people actually know how to use guns, train them, clean them. You probably use an air compressor on them, rumpus. I don't know.
I got an air rifle.
You know, I said, well, the fact that there are so many guns over there probably keeps the peace.
Well, yeah,
that's-
because
we hope.
and especially
It
around here,
contributes to
you know, you can carry. It's free carry now.
Well,
So
keeps everyone honest.
you don't know who's got one and who doesn't.
Well, we don't have guns in Australia, but there's gun violence all the time here with illegal firearms. You know, they took the guns off the good people,
And
who
now
are
the only people who
responsible
have
for
guns are the criminals.
and the criminals didn't give them up. The criminals
Right.
are there.
Trying to do here. That's what they're trying to do here.
I know. They never will, though.
I don't think they will either.
There'd be probably another civil war before that happened.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't want to be the one. Can you imagine being the first person to say, right, go on in there and take their guns off them? Yeah, right. Good luck with that, mate. Who's going to be the first to do that?
They might get away with that in California and New York,
Maybe.
but they're not going to get away with that down here. Texas,
No.
Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky. It's not going to happen.
Not
It's
going
just
to.
not.
Just the
People
rednecks
will
in
die
Texas.
for their right to own their
Federal
firearms.
government come in the aftermath of Texas would be nothing but empty casings and beer cans.
Dang right. Dang right.
We won the war, baby. It only took 3 days.
Ian says we've got bows and arrows now, but don't forget the boomerang.
But anyone who talks about guns, like the anti-gun people here,
They
I've
know
never
anything
had
about 'em.
I've never had an answer from any of them when I say, well, hang on a minute, how come they can have elections there, even as bitter and divided as Trump and now Biden and all this? How come they can have that and they're not just like corpses on the ground from people just killing each other? Why is that? And there's so many guns. I think it's a tribute to America. It's amazing.
That's a
I mean,
very good point.
Try giving 100 million people in Africa guns. What do you reckon would happen? Well, there's already that many there. And look what does happen
Yes. Yes.
in
My
parts of
cousin
Africa. They're just-
says she was taught to use a gun at 8 years old. We target practiced all the time, and we taught our kids. And I know that's true.
It takes the mystery out of it. It's just a tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not deadly. I mean, like Grumpus's air compressor could probably be deadly if you know.
Sure, it could.
Have you seen that movie? What is it? No Country for Old Men.
Mm.
I've just
I've
thought
heard
this
of it.
now.
I've not seen it.
I saw
Yeah,
that. I was so
Have you seen it?
disappointed. I've saw that. I just still don't know what it was about.
Yeah, but the guy with the air compressor.
Yes.
Remember him? He does,
I
he's
forgot
got like
about
a thing they used to euthanize cattle with, but it's an air bolt thing.
Yeah. It's an air.
Yeah, and then you put it up to the cow's brain, and it just kills it. That's how his method of killing people. He had this canister he'd carry around with him.
Oh
Like an
my
air compressor.
gosh, are you kidding? That's insane. Okay,
No,
Ian
no,
said there's so many guns in the USA, they eat them for dinner, lunch, and breakfast. I can't understand that. I've never eaten a gun, I promise, Ian. I've never eaten one.
Yeah, it's totally different here, but I think if you grow up with it, and it's like anything, if you're taught how to be responsible with them and all this.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone with a. But this is what does my head in with the anti-gun thing, because anyone with a vehicle that can drive a car has got a lethal weapon.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Especially if
You
it's not about
can
a
mow down, hundreds of people if you want. You could go use anything to kill people with. It doesn't have to be a gun.
Most of the anti-gun people don't know the first thing about them,
truth.
because the people that do know anything about them have them.
Right.
It's an inanimate object. It's a piece of metal.
It's not going to pick
That-
itself up and
It
shoot.
just
that-
sits there until you
gun
pick it up.
Ain't going to shoot nobody unless you pick it up.
Right.
Correct.
But if you pointed at somebody, you better be prepared to pull that trigger.
That's why I don't walk around with one on my hip. 'Cause
That's
I'm afraid I'd
exactly
use it.
Well, I'll tell you why I don't walk around with mine is because I'm crazy. Somebody pissed me off and I'll just cap them. Yeah.
That's what I said.
But see, that's Americans. We know ourselves good enough to know that we're going to rot in prison if we use it inappropriately. So,
Well, that's the whole idea.
The majority of the people here, we just want to protect our household.
yeah.
You
Well,
know,
you-
you
you
stay
could- you
on
wanna-
the other side of the front door, there's no problem. But as soon as you breach that threshold, and as far as I'm concerned, it's open season.
Right.
But we had
Well,
a
and, the purpose of, constitutionally, the purpose was to protect ourselves from government tyranny.
Right.
But I feel like in today's world that we live in, what are those guns going to do against the tanks and the bombs and the nuclear weapons?
Well, somebody's always going to have a bigger gun.
it's just,
But
once again, I could say
That's
so
a
many
very
things.
good point. Rumpus,
No.
and
but if you've got terrorists start walking down your street and you need to defend your household, I may go down, but I'm going to go down swinging.
right.
Yeah,
And
but
so
hang
will
on a
the
minute.
rest of our
Yeah.
house.
I'll go down with an empty gun.
Right.
America has got the largest standing infantry, when you want to think about it, in the history of the world. You've got 100 million minimum gun owners who are trained to use them.
Yes.
There's no other country in the world that has that. I mean, the next biggest army, I think, is China, and they've it's only a few million.
Right.
And I don't know. In China, is an individual allowed to have a gun in China, or is it just the military?
No,
Military.
I think it's just.
no, it's military.
Do you read what Jenny said? I killed
saw
a
that.
possum with a hammer. Who needs a gun? If you want something dead, it's going to happen. Guns are just one thing.
That's true.
Do you know something?
Love you, Jenny.
Speaking of China, I just heard recently someone talking about how they're all given a one of these,
Yeah.
and it has the Chinese internet on it, which is totally different to our internet. It's
Sure.
only Chinese what they want you to see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They get the money, their money gets put into on a banking app or something. Every however often they all get it. They all get it at the same time. Same amount of money. If you things over there happen, like if you're walking down the road and you jaywalk at a traffic light,
Thanks.
and there's
Jenny.
CCTV, they will instantly, you'll be fined for doing that, and instantly the money will be debited
Shut
from your
the
account without you even
fuck up.
knowing it. So you could be anything. You could be spitting on the sidewalk if that's illegal, and it'll just, if they catch you doing it, it just automatically comes out of your account. All this sort of stuff, you know. Pretty crazy, isn't it?
That's nuts.
And they're already doing that in China. See, here's what
That's not what you want.
no. And
That's not what you want.
I've heard about this digital currency that I don't know if the US is serious about implementing something like that. I know it's been talked about, but I don't know what circles it's been talked about in, other than the preppers on YouTube, you know, and they're crazy.
Cash.
Right. So, but what they're saying, and I say they very loosely, is that you could be prevented from leaving the town you live in. You could.
Oh, they want to do it because of control.
Bingo.
We can't control cash. And the reason a lot of these politicians use is, it'll stop organised crime. It'll bullshit. They'll just operate in a different manner.
Right.
Sure they will. They'll find a way around it.
You won't have any way of spending your own money anymore. They'll know everything that you do.
Right.
That's
the thing. They will know everything you do, every transaction you make, everything. And it's kind of scary to me.
Well, my concern is if it goes to digital currency, are they going to make cash obsolete?
See, I don't like that.
Is that paper going to be worthless?
And not only that, what if the grid goes down?
If we go to the bank and withdraw everything in the bank and stuff it under our mattress, is that going to be worthless now?
There'll probably be an amnesty. They'll say, all right, you've got 6 months to hand in your cash. And after that, it's just a piece of paper. That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
And then it begs the question: what happens if the grid goes down? What happens if an enemy country drops an EMP into your town and fries all the electrics? What do you do then?
You're done.
You don't have any backup. You've got nothing. You know, you're completely dead.
Let me tell you what you do. You buy cigarettes. You buy liquor.
Ooh.
You buy bullets.
Bible.
And that's how you trade.
Yeah, it's not good, is it? Not good.
You buy weed. You buy allergy medicine.
I'm gonna buy briskets while they're on sale.
I am too.
Well, now I want an air compressor.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I was at the store the other day and saw a 15-pound brisket. And they wanted like $93 for it.
How much?
$93.
Probably about $4.50 a pound. $4.49 a pound probably for prime.
A 15-pound brisket.
Yeah.
I just thought that was way too much money.
Oh, that's cheap.
Is
I'm trying to work it out. That's per pound. What does that work out to kilo?
I don't know. Let's see.
How many pounds?
15.
So that's about 7 kilos. And you paid what?
Oh, I didn't buy it. It was $93. $93. That's $6.2. $6.20 a pound.
Yeah.
That
was probably a pre-trimmed
12.
prime.
It was pre-trimmed. Yep.
And your prime, so that's about right. That's
I thought it was
too high
ridiculous.
I'm not paying that much for a brisket.
Yeah. They'll make excuses that money can be counterfeited, it can be dirty, it can be lost or stolen.
What would you pay? What would you pay for what would you pay for like a top cut of beef, like say what's one of your premium cuts?
Ribeyes here, prime ribeyes are going for probably around $13 a pound.
Yeah.
$13-14 a pound.
So
And
that's
if you get a good one,
that's
it's about a pound a piece.
that's roughly half of what we would pay.
Oh, geez.
We would pay for a prime cut here, $50-60 a kilo, which is about 30 bucks a pound.
I'm
I'm
speechless.
moving to Mississippi, man.
Now,
Yeah, right?
And I can tell you, lamb chops here
Oh,
are running about $25 to $29 a pound.
Yeah. Yeah. They're very expensive here.
That's the little
Geez,
teeny
that is-
tiny
yeah,
chops.
that is expensive. Yeah. They're really expensive here, but they're not that expensive.
Yep.
Because one of our main meats here is lamb. Everyone eats it, but not so much now because you can't bloody afford it. It used to be the cheapest because we got a billion of the bloody things here. We got squillions of them.
Yeah.
There's more lambs than anything else. So sheep farming is massive, and so
Right.
it was really cheap, cheaper than anything. But now it's one of the, I don't know why, it's one of the most expensive here now.
Huh. The government keeps printing money. Yes, it does. They do. They do. And they're going to keep doing it.
For some reason, pork is the cheap. See, pork, well, chicken is cheap, but pork's the next cheapest.
Here,
Yeah.
I can find pork on sale for about 99 cents a pound. Not chicken.
It's
That's-
usually around $1.77, $1.80
Well,
a pound.
Let me,
Oh, God,
let me take
that
that
is
back
cheap.
because I can get a 10-pound bag of leg quarters, the thigh and the leg together.
Yeah.
10 pounds of that for, let me see, it used to be $6.59.
It should be about 99 cents a pound.
It's less than that. Well, it was last time I bought it. Hang on, let's see.
'Cause I've been
I want
buying
to say
legs. and thighs.
79 cents a pound. Leg quarter.
I've been buying the family packs, like 10 or 12 legs to a pack. And I've
Oh,
been
you
paying
mean just the leg?
just the leg.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
I've been paying 99 cents a pound
Okay.
for legs and thighs.
See that bag right there?
Yeah.
That's $7.72. That's 77 cents a pound.
See, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Leg quarters, 10 pounds of them.
Of what though? Chicken?
Chicken.
Yes. Yes.
77 cents a pound.
Yeah.
My God.
Now, mind you, it's not boneless. It's not
I'm moving to
skinless.
Mississippi, man.
It's not skinless, and you have
I'm
to
going to
get
use.
the leg part from the thigh, unless
I'm
you
gonna-
roast it on the grill.
Well,
Grill it.
The St. Louis ribs I bought here about a month ago was only $1.77 a pound.
That's good.
I'm going to
That's
move
really
to
good.
Texas as well. I
Um,
tell you what, I'm going to use the dude's credit card, and I'll be on the first plane over there.
In fact, I'm looking at a family pack of legs, chicken legs, and they're $1.24 a pound.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Although, yeah, it's still a fair bit cheaper than here.
Is it?
Yeah. Mm.
I don't know who I was listening to the other day, but they were telling me that Australian inflation is just
Horrendous.
worse than ours. A lot worse.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. A lot worse. Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
And,
People are unbelievable how much the price of everything.
and rents are going up tremendously too, from what I understand.
Well, there's a whole story to that where there's a fabulous thing called rent control.
See, I'm
And
not
they don't
familiar
do-
with that.
They don't do it here, but they're talking about doing it.
Yeah.
And all that's going to do is that if you're a landlord, if you rely on that for your income, if you own several properties, you're just going to sell them because they're making it too difficult for you to earn money. You can't make any money at it.
I know they do that in New
What?
York City,
Yeah, I know. I'm aware that they do. Yeah,
but I
And
don't
maybe-
know exactly what it means.
Well, it means that the individual landlord has no say in what the rent is. That's controlled. They can't put the rent up. This sort of stuff.
Oh.
But it can
So
backfire.
Basically, they've confiscated your property, but you still pay the
Yes.
tax.
They're also making it harder for tenants to be kicked out. For example, if you're a landlord here and you have a tenant that's destroying your home and not paying the rent, it can take months to get them out. Months.
Here too.
And so I've known people who've had properties that have been completely destroyed. Finally they get them out and they spend $50,000, $100,000 to renovate the house back to. And so you're only going to do that once or twice, and then think this is stupid. What am I doing this for? Just sell it. And then what's going to happen? There'll be no rental properties. There'll be people on the street.
Right.
Because who'd want to be a landlord?
Right.
You make it that tough for them I can't even have a say in who, lives
It's
here.
in their home. Their home.
Just you wouldn't do it. I would never do it.
Yeah, Dwayne, it's getting bad. I have not been listening. A lot of the Canadian people that I watch on YouTube they don't talk about prices and inflation and finances and stuff like that. So I'm not familiar with the Canadian side of things. But I know that prices have gone up just in the past month here. Grocery prices, gas prices.
Oh yeah.
Home prices. No, actually,
$4
prices
for
down
a
about
box of cereal. You know,
Cereal's
I'm not a
insane.
breakfast eater, but the wife has to eat breakfast because she takes medications and she can't do it on empty stomach.
Mhm.
So she eats cereal.
Right.
And, $2 box of cereal is up over $4 now.
Yeah.
Maybe Joe can fix it.
Yeah, Joe's going to fix it.
Hello, Joe. Can you help?
Can you
Can you
help?
lower inflation a bit, mate? Please.
All right, Jenny. I love you back, cousin. Take care,
Look who it is.
my dear.
There goes the neighborhood.
It's the great.
What? Taz! Hi.
There goes the neighborhood. Huh?
It's very nice to see you. I hope you are well. Oh my goodness.
Now
I feel like, look,
now it's going to get
hang on.
serious.
Dad, you want to come up? Promise I'm sober.
Well, don't tell him that. There's no point coming up if you're sober.
Yes,
Dwayne, to
there
take that one
is.
step farther, we'll be eating each other.
I'm not eating no humans, okay? I got rabbit in
you
the
get
backyard
hungry
and chickens. Okay. That is just fine. Thanks, Rudy.
Who
I'm
is
going to
that?
be meeting up with Taz
Just
Daz's
a
brother,
viewer that keeps me apprised of what time it is.
Charlotte.
It shows up here, but it's not showing up in the YouTube stream.
Oh, what is it, Patrick?
I'm going to be catching up again with Taz Daz's brother next week. He's coming to Melbourne.
Are you kidding?
I hope you're
That's
going to video
great.
that.
Rolfus.
great.
Maybe we'll do another video because the last one was a disaster. We went to
It was not.
go to a particular fast food outlet here and it was closed. So we had to go somewhere else. But maybe we'll do
Why was
another
it
one.
closed?
Because I'm stupid and I didn't check. Actually, I did
Oh.
online and it said it was open. So we went there and it was bloody closed.
Jeez, what a bummer.
I like that joke from Dwayne.
What did the cannibal get when he came home late for dinner? The cold shoulder. Rolfus visited today.
Yes, the mighty Rolfus. The mighty Rolfus. So that'll be interesting.
Yes, it will.
He's
I love his
he's only the second YouTuber I've met in real life.
Mm-hmm.
There's another guy I've done a couple of videos with who lives in Melbourne. But apart from that, never met anyone on here in real life.
Right. You know what? Something happened to me.
I know you have, Grumpus. You've met quite a lot of.
I've met some
You've
of
met
them.
quite a few. Yeah. Sorry, Charlotte.
That's okay. Poppy and I, Cruising the Coast was last week, and Cruising the Coast is it's a car show that lasts all week long here where I live. And there were 10,000 cars registered this year. And they're
Nice.
all, it has to be before, this year it had to be before, the car had to be before 1989. And most of the cars were 50s, 60s, 70s, muscle cars, old, beautiful Impalas and Mustangs. And just, it's unbelievable. It's truly an unbelievable.
What's unbelievable is an 80 model is an old car.
I know, right? You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
yeah.
80s.
That just don't sound right.
But we were there and we were walking around downtown Gulfport because they close off all the streets and all of these old cars park up and down the streets. And you can walk around and look at all the cars, and Wesley just lives for that Sunday every single year. And in fact, it was so funny. I woke up Sunday morning and I said, "Hey, doesn't Cruising the Coast start today?" And he goes, "Yeah, they got all the cars downtown in Gulfport." And I said, "You want to go?" He said, "That's like asking me if I want to breathe."
Yeah.
So we went, and we're walking around down there, and we come across this tent, and they were trying to raise money for a scholarship fund. And so it was for a band, couple towns over. So I went ahead and I donated $10 because of course it's a band thing, and I just felt obligated. And the guy said something. Oh, he noticed my camera because I had my phone on my tripod and my little microphone because I took a little bit of video. And he says, "I see your microphone. Are you filming?" And I said, "Yeah, I got a little YouTube channel." And he goes, "Oh yeah, what's your name?" I said, "Gulf Coast Granny." He goes, "Oh, I know you." I said, "No, you don't." I said, "No, you don't." He says, "Oh yeah, I do." He says, "You're the one that does so and so and so and so." I'm like, "Oh wow,
He really does watch.
wow, what?" I was absolutely floored. And when we walked away, I mean, we had a really nice conversation, and he was a really nice man. And when I walked away, I looked at Poppy. I said, "I really should not argue with my viewers like that."
Well, it catches you off guard. You don't know
Well,
what to
it did.
say.
It caught me very off guard, and I'm thinking, "Don't you try to hit on me, you sucker." You know, you don't know me. This is my husband. Leave me alone. But
I was at HEB about 2 months ago,
mhm.
and I can't walk through the meat department without looking at briskets and brisket prices. So
Sure,
I'm
yeah.
sitting there and I'm rummaging through all these briskets, and a lady come up and she said, "So what exactly are you do you look for when you're picking out one of those?"
Right.
And I go into grumpus mode. I'm showing her the fat and the striations and things like that. And she said, "Well, I think I'm going to get this one here and take it home. Does that look like a good one?" I said, "That's a good pick right there." And then she started to walk away. She said, "Oh, and my husband loves watching your videos." I'm just standing there, my jaw dropped off. You don't know what to say. You shake her
Exactly.
hand. What do you do?
Mhm.
But it made my day.
Well, he kind of made my day too, because I'm thinking, well, I don't think too many people really watch. I mean, I'm getting 200 views in 48 hours, here lately. I never really got over about 350 in 48 hours.
Yeah.
And it's shocking because you just don't expect. You just don't expect it.
Yeah, and it's happened to me maybe 3 or 4 times. And
Right.
every time it catches me off guard, I just act like a blubbering piece of food. I can't form words. I just you don't know what to do. You can't look them in the eye.
Right. You're like, oh my gosh. But YouTube is so huge. There's billions of people
Yeah.
across the world that watch it, and you wouldn't think that somebody in your backyard is watching your
Somebody seeing you. Well,
right.
remember the other night we were on the live,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody popped up, and I still don't know who it was. And he said, "It's me from up the street."
You still don't know who it was?
I still don't know who it was.
I'll be darned. It's me. I remember that.
That's what I'm saying. And he said, "Me
Yeah.
from up the street," and I started laughing. I said, "Well, there's a lot of them up the street.
There's a lot of people up the street.
Which one are you?" But I still don't know who it was.
Hey, me, why don't you tell me what your name is? I might know who you are. A man had a problem where he kept on dropping things. His wife said that he had to stop it because it was getting out of hand. Oh, man. Jeez. Y'all, on that note, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh,
Patrick,
dear.
Patrick, I've not only got an air compressor, I've got a portable tank.
Oh,
It's like a 10-gallon tank that you fill with air, and then you can carry it with you wherever you go.
I thought you meant like a Sherman tank.
No. This is an air tank.
You probably do have a Sherman. You probably do have an actual military tank too.
No, but wouldn't that be awesome if I did?
Yeah. Imagine going to HE. What is it? HEB in a tank.
Hey, the
Pop out
HOA
the
would
roof.
love me.
So you've got one that you can carry around with you. It's like the
It's-
bloke in the movie.
Yeah, it's just the tank, but it holds 100 pounds pressure, and it's maybe 2 foot long and maybe 10 inches round. But if I need air somewhere out in the backyard, I don't have the compressor. I can just air up the tank and carry it around where I need it. I used Charlotte. I used that the other day when I was cleaning my filters.
Yeah.
I could shoot some air into the filters and stir things up.
Mhm.
I got to tell you, my water is crystal clear.
Mm.
Amazing.
I'm glad for you. Mine is actually very clear. There's just a lot of algae I'm dealing with right now. A lot. It's not as much as it was, but there's still a lot there, and I'm not quite sure if I should leave it.
It's a water temperature thing. As soon as the water temperature cools off, it'll go away.
Yeah, I thought so. But I want to know how to prevent it next year. I'm going to try to figure something out. I know there's chemicals that you can put in there, but I really don't want to do that.
No, because you got to stop and think. What is algae? It's a plant.
It's a plant, yeah.
So,
And the fish can eat it.
well, so was your water lily.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
So you put stuff in
geez.
there to kill your algae, you're going to be killing your lilies.
You're right.
In the spring, when the water temperature comes up, you'll get a rush of that algae,
Right.
and then it'll starve itself out
Okay.
in a month or so.
Okay.
And then you'll be fine. And now the weather's changing again. That's why it's showing itself. As soon as
Right.
that water cools off, it'll be gone.
Okay.
And if it's in
I
the
mean, it
filter,
doesn't bother me really.
it's in the filter, leave it there, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not stopping anything up.
Well, and in the filter, it's actually oxygenating the water and filtering it, right?
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
And it's oxygenating the water if it's in your pond.
Truth. Yeah. And the fish is perfectly happy.
Yeah.
And like I said, I can pick up, cut my hands in the water like this, and it's just as clear as it can be.
Yeah.
But it's a little fuzzy down there.
It took mine a week to clear up because I just cleaned those filters last weekend.
Okay.
We went out there this morning. The sun was shining nice and bright. And I told the wife, I said, "Man, look at that water."
Yeah.
I mean, you could throw the dime in it and read the date.
Oh, yeah.
So I was
Well,
real proud
you
of
can do that
myself.
with mine too, except that you'd have to weed through the through the green. But yeah, I am really enjoying this tiny little pond, and I'm seriously thinking about getting a bigger one. Hopefully by spring. I'm not sure yet, but I would really like to get a bigger one. I mean,
You want
I
to
don't
dig?
know
You
if
want to dig you one out?
I would love to do that. And if we buy this place, I will. But I want to wait and decide what to do. But I don't know if I told you all this, but my landlord's offered to sell us this place.
Well, that's what you said here a
Oh.
while back.
I just don't. When he was here to install the new stove, we talked. He approached me again about the subject and said, "Look, I'm really wanting to unload all these properties. I'm 66 now, and there's just a lot of things I want to do, and I'm tired of being on call all the time." And I said, "Steve, I try really hard not to bother you." He says, "I'm not worried about you." He said, "But I've got other, that call me once a week."
Yeah.
And I said, I get it. I said, it's got to be tough.
Well, that was probably investment property for him. What?
Sure,
30
yeah.
years
He bought his
ago,
first
and
house
now
when he
it's-
was like 22 years old.
It's
Yeah.
time to cash in.
Yeah. And so I told him, I said, well, if you want to sell this place to us, how are you going to determine how much to sell it for? I said, I need a number before I agree or
Right.
or not to buy this place. I said, and I'll be honest with you, with interest rates at 8.2%, I'm not sure I want to do that at this time. I said, now I can't guarantee they won't go up, but I sure am hoping they'll go down.
Yeah.
And a year from now, if they're 6.5% versus 8.2, I'd rather have that rate. And he said he didn't know quite what he would sell it for, but he would do some research on the other homes that have sold in the area, etc. And so when he left, and we talked about some other things too, he considered possibly holding the mortgage and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, I don't want to do that. He wants to charge 10% interest. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So,
You might have to do your own research on the neighborhood values.
well, I did some.
And lowball him and see how bad he really wants to sell it.
Well, interestingly enough, I went through the entire city of Long Beach and found houses that are 3-bedroom, 1 bath, and about 1,000 square feet. And for every one that I found, at first I narrowed it down to houses under $200,000. And every single one of them ended up in a range per square foot. And now that was the sales price, not the sold price.
Right. Right.
But the sales price is going, the average, I averaged it. I took off the highest and I took off the lowest and I averaged the rest. And the average was $131 a square foot.
Okay.
I said, well, that's doable. But if he wants, this house is really only about 950 square feet. So it's fine with me. I'm comfortable here. I enjoy this place. It'll get a lot bigger when I have 2 kids who don't live here. But that'll take time.
Definitely lowball it and just see how serious he is about unloading the place.
Right. But I did the math. Let me see.
And if you're one of his better tenants, he might be more willing to part.
Right. That's 124. So I figured let's offer him 117 and see what happens. And just negotiate from that point and tell him, look, I did the research.
I committed 95.
Well, what I wanted to pay for it was about 85. That's what I think it's worth.
Well, throw that out there. See what he counters.
Huh.
It's pretty cheap. Very cheap.
It is very cheap. It is. Both. Look.
Have Wesley make you a list of everything he needs to fix.
Okay.
Come in at 80.
Well, he said,
Let him,
I like it.
let him come back at 90, 95 and say, okay, we'll meet you in the middle at 85.
mhm, mhm. Well, honestly, see, I haven't caught up to the new housing price increases.
Right. But if you guys moved, he's going to have to fix that place up for new people.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
And
Yeah.
especially if he wants to sell it, he's going to have to put money in it to
He's
sell
got
it.
to do a lot.
So
Well,
all that stuff
not
needs
really
to
a
come off
lot,
of your offer.
but he'll definitely have to paint. He'll have to replace the flooring in the living room,
What
hallway.
about your roof?
I don't know. I do not know how old that roof is.
They just changed my roof out. The insurance just changed my roof out just a few weeks ago. And the insurance company said that was $17,000 roof.
Oh my God.
That's what the insurance company valued it as.
Yeah, you got a lot of room, wiggle room, we call it.
And
Do that.
my
Just have-
deductible was $3,000, so that's what it cost me.
Right. Wesley thinks that the air conditioning should be replaced. The air conditioning works beautifully.
Yeah,
I
but
don't-
for how long? So you're looking.
Well,
at,
he said
you're looking at
it's
18,000 right
old.
there.
Right. Yeah. He said it's old. We don't know how old it is. And
You're in a
I would
saltwater
want that
environment.
replaced. Yes, we are in a salty environment. But I think I don't want to pay over 120 no matter what he says.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, the fact that he's asking you to buy it means he already knows that that's the best outcome for him. Is
Yeah.
if you buy it.
Mhm.
He already knows that. He's worked it out. He's thinking, well, if they're silly, they won't figure out that I'm going to have to spend 50,000 or 20,000 or whatever renovating the place when they leave. Hopefully, they won't think of that, But you will think of that, and you'll say to him, "Well,
The thing, he knows we've been homeowners before. And he knows that we do a lot of our own handiwork and we know how much things are worth, And I think what I want to do is just wait till the end of next year, see what happens with the interest rates. It will give me time to save up a really big down payment.
Well, one
Go ahead.
other approach is you make your list and run the total
Mhm.
and show it to him. Say, okay, I need you to fix this stuff.
And I'll
then
pay
I
you
might
what
be
you
interested.
want.
And he may come back and say, well, we'll just take that off of what I'm asking.
yeah, I would definitely,
Right. Yeah.
I would definitely try that."
Yeah. That would be a great negotiating
You've
tool.
got nothing to lose by doing that anyway. You can do
Right.
it.
Well, I don't have anything to lose either way. I'm going to buy a house eventually. It will either be this one or it won't. I just feel one of the things I said to Wesley when I was trying to sell him on the idea, I said, this is so easy for us. We don't have to move. We don't have to pack our stuff up. We don't have to move. We can just stay here, be comfortable.
The upside is you've got a boat in the backyard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the upside.
That's the upside.
Yep.
And the good thing about this is if you bought this place, Charlotte, then if you bought it and you're living there and when your kids leave, it means that I could move in.
Yeah.
You could.
You
You
wouldn't
could.
feel so bad showing up, would you?
Right? Right?
But,
And I even know a place you can get a job.
oh, no, I don't want to. No.
Boy, she sure put a
No,
damper on that.
Fine.
Yeah, why'd you have to ruin that party? Oh, I want a
Well,
job.
you won't have to have a job.
I'll be your housekeeper. That'll be my job.
I was just about to say that.
I've done domestic cleaning, did it for 10 years.
Right. And I believe that we could come to some kind of agreement.
The only thing is I'm a pretty bad cook. I wouldn't have me do the cooking. Don't do that. But I'll clean.
How
I'll
about we
clean.
could just share it?
What?
Patrick, she's got a new stove.
I just got a brand new stove.
And I tell you what, I'd love nothing more than to fry up a few sunny side up eggs on that stove.
You know, you're just not my friend anymore, are you?
With some caraway seeds on them, and
Oh,
I don't know what else. And the yolk all nice and runny,
Big
dribbling down into my beard.
some rye bread toast.
My beard would be full of egg yolk, and I'd have to,
y'all suck. Well, I was telling him, I said, you know, it's easy. We don't have to move. That's a lot of stress off of us.
Oh yeah, and they
It's a
and they
win-win.
need to
a
move.
win-win.
I said, we can get this house cheaper than any other house in this city. I said, I can still ride my bike anywhere I want to go. Grocery store, get my hair done, go get coffee, ice cream, whatever I want to do. I feel comfortable down here because it is a relatively safe place to ride. You know, I don't have to go on a highway anywhere, none of that. So I said, it's right down the street from the grandkids. I know that doesn't mean a whole lot to you, but it's important to me. I said, and happy wife, happy life. He said, but you hate this neighborhood. Yeah, I'm not crazy about the neighborhood. I'm not. And that's one of the drawbacks. I said, but there's a lot of things that we could do living in this house to mitigate the noise from this. I said, we could put a concrete fence across the backyard. Lift that baby up to about 10 feet tall, and I promise
I was
you.
getting ready to say a 10-foot fence to make better neighbors.
Yeah. I like fences. So for that matter, we could put a fortress around this place. We could put new windows in, you know, those little soundproofy type windows. And I said, there's a lot of things we can do.
And
I said,
you could probably do it yourself and not pay someone else to do it.
Well, I have a son who's what do you call that word? The glass worker word. What is it called?
Glazer. A
Glazer.
Glazier.
Yeah. That's what he does for a living. He can come over here, spend the weekend with me, throw my windows in, and bam, done. For free.
You could pay him in eggs.
I could.
Well, since you're
Give
not
him
going to
a
be eating,
chicken to take home with him. What are you talking about?
send some to me, please.
A chicken or an egg?
Well, I don't think I'm
Whichever
Actually, I don't think either of them would get through quarantine.
Right. But anyhow, there's a lot of practical reasons that this is a really good idea. There is. I'm sorry.
You've talked me into it.
Have I?
You have. I definitely want you to buy it now.
Great. But he is really on the fence. Poppy is. He's so on the fence. He says that when we left Virginia, we had a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom townhome that was really pretty. And we did all the work in it to make it that way. We sold that place and we moved down here and we lived in an 1,700 square foot house in a very, very nice neighborhood, quiet, cul-de-sac. And now we live here, and we really only rented this place so that we could put ourselves in a position to have a really small or zero mortgage by the time we retire.
Yeah.
We didn't want to stay here. This is not the area that we plan to retire to. I mean, as far as the neighborhood is concerned, he's not used to this. He's not used to living in a not really working class neighborhood. Some people work around here. Most of them are on disability or they're old and they get Social Security or they're healthy and don't work at all. Okay. To me, it's not a big deal. I don't care what those people do. I'm trying to take care of my own family. I don't care what they
Yeah,
do.
but he needs to be happy too.
Well, and I get that. And I do get that. He told me, he says, I feel like we have taken a huge step backwards. And I said, well, aren't we more comfortable here? Because we are. Financially, we're much more comfortable here because we have quite a bit to blow if we needed to.
Yeah.
And when we lived 5 streets over in the nice neighborhood, we were house poor.
Yeah.
And I'm a lot more comfortable here.
Yeah, but if you bought this place really cheap, like really for a really good price, you could still fix it up yourselves and sell it yourselves and make a
Right.
profit.
Exactly. And
Right.
that's what I said to him. I said,
you don't have to be there forever, you know.
You could flip it.
if we bought it
Yeah,
at the end of
man.
next year, we still have 2 years before Murphy graduates. We have 2 years at least until he finishes college. I said, by the time he finishes college, we can stick a for sale sign on it in the front yard and be rid of it in about a week.
And
Because houses,
he's old enough now to be free labor.
right? And not only that, but like I reminded him, I said, we live in an area, this whole town, houses don't sell here. People come here and they stay for their lifetime. And the only houses that really come up for sale are people who have passed away and their family selling the house. One of the reasons is because the school system is so good.
Well, you're right on the water too. That helps.
Second reason is we're right here on the water. The third reason is we are like a little bedroom community. People usually just live here and then commute to other places to go to work. Whether it's Gulfport 20 minutes away or whether it's, what's the name of that place? Stennis. Is it an Air Force base?
Now, what's closest to you, Biloxi or New Orleans?
Oh, Biloxi, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. Biloxi's 20 minutes down the road.
Okay.
New Orleans is hour and 20 minutes. Yeah. And
Well, I'm going to have to go, folks, unfortunately.
Patrick, thank you for coming tonight. I missed you, and I'm glad you got to hang out with us.
It's good seeing you again, buddy.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. And it won't be the last time. There'll be more.
Oh, good.
More shenanigans to
Well,
come.
I'm planning to go live about every 2 weeks.
Well, if it's on see, this is Sunday my time, so I'm always off on a Sunday, you know.
Oh, okay.
That's your Saturday night. So if you think of that, any Saturday night for you,
Yeah,
it's good
okay.
to know.
Well, if
Awesome.
Charlotte's going every other week. Maybe I'll fill in some of the open spots.
Yeah.
I'm not available to go on your channel. I don't watch your stuff. No, I do. I would love that.
We got a cover. I got a cover on my channel.
Right. Yeah, I just feel like when I was doing it every week, it was just too much.
Yeah.
It can be
You
too
do
much.
not
Anyway,
want it to turn into a job.
Right.
bye-bye.
Bye, dear. Take care.
Farewell.
Enjoy
see
your
ya.
Auf
day.
Wiedersehen. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think that doing it every 2 weeks and posting a video whenever I feel like it.
Well, I'm with you. I wouldn't mind, since it's so late at night, usually when we pop on, I wouldn't mind popping on once in a while, but
Yeah.
I don't want it to turn into a have-to thing either.
Right. Well, and that was one thing I was telling Poppy. I said, if there comes a point where I could make a little bit of money off of this channel, maybe I ought to try to do that a little bit. But I don't want it to be something that we depend on. And
Oh,
so
this should be found money.
that's
YouTube,
right.
YouTube should be found money.
Yeah. I agree 100%. Because I would never want to try to depend on
I don't
the
need that
volatility of this platform.
I don't need that kind of pressure.
Right. But now I'll tell you this, maybe I was thinking about becoming an affiliate with Amazon, maybe doing it a little bit that way.
I've done that for the last 4 years. I think I've made maybe $20
Oh,
in
wow.
4 years.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I haven't pursued it that hard,
Right.
but you know, if you go in my description,
Yeah. Yeah.
show more. I've got a bunch of stuff listed there with affiliate links.
Right.
There's been a few people picked up a little thing here or there,
Right.
but I've never been able to get them to help me get a storefront set up or anything like that.
Right,
Which
right.
would be a whole lot easier.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I guess there's money to be made, but I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen where that potential's that great.
Right.
It's just more found money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you know, you list stuff on there for Amazon for other people to see, and you know, you end up selling a $6 spatula.
Well, you know, with Amazon
You take your
too,
3 cents and run like a thief.
let's say you do sell that $6 spatula. If they decide to throw in a $150 ice maker, you're going to get the
Well, yeah, if they do that,
if that's a big if.
if they
Um,
do that.
But you know, like you said, found money, and I can just throw that in the bank and see what can become of it.
But I think setting up the Amazon storefront is the way to go. And I
Oh,
really haven't pursued that.
how do you see? That's one thing that's holding me back is
I
I
don't know
don't
how to
even
do
know
it.
how to begin to do any of that.
Go to Amazon Associate and sign up with your YouTube channel,
Okay.
and just read through it and all that. But if you've got the storefront, then that's automatically an Amazon page.
Oh,
So they're already in Amazon. So if they just go to your storefront and use the search bar to find whatever they're looking for, you've directed that traffic to Amazon, and you get a piece of that pie. It ain't much. It may be $1 on 100 or something like that.
right.
But still, it's a whole lot more convenient, and the possibilities are a lot greater that you'll get that traffic than if somebody just hits show more and
Mm,
looks up, you used a pair of tongs right here, and clicks on it.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, you don't know if those tongs even still be available anymore.
Right.
But if they go to the Amazon storefront and they search for tongs,
Mhm.
whatever pops up and they buy, that should be a little piece in your pocket.
Right, because you sent the traffic
Right.
and they clicked your link.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Very
That's
cool.
supposed to be your commission for getting people to go to Amazon.
I see. I see. Huh.
But so far, like I said, I've in 4 years I may have made $20,
Okay.
which I guess those $20 could add up if your channel was growing.
That's true. And you know, I've gotten quite a few, and I know it doesn't mean anything, but I've gotten more subscribers in the last week or so, 2 weeks, than I normally get, which is interesting because I'm not getting the views.
Well, I was getting, I'd gain a subscriber, lose 2,
Mhm,
gain 3, lose 1. Yeah, I've
mhm.
been dancing around that same range of 10
Area.
for
Mhm,
a year.
mhm.
And like you said, I've noticed in the last month, it started going back up again.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And I didn't realize it, but I looked up and I hadn't put a video out since last November.
Oh, wow.
It's been
No, I
almost
was
a
that
year.
way. I mean, there was a
So-
good 6 months between videos.
So,
You
that's
know, when
another
you
reason I
get
thought maybe
out of
I'd
the
do some
habit,
lives.
yeah, yeah. When you get out of the habit, though,
It's hard
the
to fire
time
back.
gets away from you, and it is hard to get back into that routine.
Right. It's hard to make it a priority anymore.
Mhm, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, it was shiny and new when I fired this thing up,
Right.
and then I got kind of stale on it, and for lack of, I don't know, I guess my ideas just kind of dried up.
That's what happened to me. I had
Yeah.
like I said to Wesley, I said, I feel like I just don't have anything to tell people.
Well, that's what I struggle with, because I'm thinking, you know, this, who'd want to watch this? Is it
Right.
kind of, and then I watch other people putting stuff up twice a week, and
Right.
it's stuff that I'm thinking,
Why?
who's watching it? And then I have to pinch myself, well, but I'm watching it.
Right. Right.
So
Exactly.
you know, I really don't think people would watch a video of me going to Lowe's and buying charcoal on sale.
Sure they would.
But
Somebody would.
I watch somebody else do it. So why aren't I doing it?
I
So
was
it's just-
thinking about this is crazy idea, but now that Hazel's back in action, I was thinking I have a little grocery store right around the corner from me. It's called Frugal's, and
Okay.
it's a cost plus store where you pay like 10% plus
Okay.
cost. And I was thinking about taking $25 every 2 weeks and going over there and seeing how much I can get for that and doing a haul with that and saying, hey, you can
Yeah, that's a
feed
good
yourself
idea.
on $25 a week. I don't know
Well,
how well, but I'm going to
on
find it.
on that line of thinking, what if you went a direction like a 5-minute or a $5 meal or a $7 meal or something like that?
I've done a few of those,
Have you?
but
Okay.
it was nobody watches my shit.
Well, I'm sure I watched it. I just don't remember it.
Uh,
I think I've
I've
seen
done a
every one of
few.
yours.
Well, you know, I've got a playlist that's recipes to make when you're broke, and there's a few of those in there.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
They didn't do that good.
some did, some did not. I mean, and the thing is, what I really need to do is remake them. Or here's what I don't know how to do. How I've got one video and it's not mine. It's somebody else's video, but I want to download it. Or I want to post it on my channel
Okay.
because let me tell you why. It is a video of my son at one of his high school programs singing a song that he wrote and playing his ukulele and singing it.
Oh, okay.
And I want that video so bad, and I don't know how to get it.
Is it posted on YouTube?
Yes.
You should be able to.
Because if I get it, I can download it and I can edit it a little bit, and it'll be mine.
Okay. Well,
see what I mean?
one approach is you go to the video and you can add it to a playlist
Okay.
that is your own.
Okay.
But and that would put it to where people could watch it through your channel.
Okay.
As
Okay.
far as downloading the actual file so you can edit it,
Right.
just run a search on the internet for YouTube how to download YouTube.
Okay.
And
Okay.
there's a dozen different ways or little tiny programs that you can get that'll let you download the file.
It is a precious video.
And that way you'll have the file and you can edit it.
Yeah.
But I've got playlists on my channel on Adobe.
Okay.
Some guy I watched, he got so fed up with Adobe, he decided, and he ran his business. He's a photography business,
Right.
all Apple products, and he'd been paying through the nose. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars through Adobe through this subscription plan on multiple computers in his
Mhm.
business, and he'd finally had enough. I mean, the programs are crashing. They're kind of going backwards as far as dependability and stuff.
Right.
And he finally said enough is enough. And I've got a playlist of his stuff. It's called Cutting the Cord.
Mm.
Shoot. Adobe
Um,
Cutting the Cord or something like that. And it's like 20 videos.
Oh,
And
wow.
I went to his site and I can't remember if I right clicked it, if I hit the triple dots somewhere on there, you can add it to your playlist.
Okay. Okay.
And I created a playlist on my channel and I clicked every one of them and downloaded it to my stuff.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't claim to be the originator or
Oh,
anything
no, I
like
wouldn't
that.
do that either. I wouldn't
But
do that.
basically, I think you click it, it probably goes to his channel and plays it.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
I'll find that out. But
I think the owner of the video is actually his old choir director. Because all of that channel is nothing but videos of choir singing.
now,
Robert E. Lee High School choir singing.
what you do want to keep in mind is when you upload a video, it gets compressed on YouTube side. Okay. So when you download it, you're going to be downloading the file after YouTube
Compressed version.
got done with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you may lose a generation of quality.
Oh, I don't want that because it's not super great quality to start with.
So, that's something you might want to think about. If you
Yeah.
download it,
I'll just
doesn't
do a
look right.
playlist. Could you answer for Carl what is a playlist?
Carl, a playlist is equivalent to a folder.
Right.
So let's say Charlotte's got all her videos all in when you go to her site and it says videos, they're all right there listed. Maybe there's 100 of them. If she wanted to, she could create a playlist and maybe name that Soups.
Mm.
And then she can go through her videos and anything that has anything to do with soups, she can add to that playlist.
Right.
And then she could have another playlist of pork or another playlist of gardening or however she wants to sort her stuff out. So you've got the option of going and hitting her video tab and searching through all of them, or you can go to a playlist and quickly find what you're looking for.
Yeah, and there's a tab up there. Whenever you go to somebody's channel and you see the different tabs, there's a playlist tab. And if you click on that, you'll see all of the playlists that person has. Some of them could even be playlists of other channels, things that the person likes to watch.
Yes.
Like I've got some playlists of tiny homes and floor plans and I don't know what else. I've got a few that really don't belong on my with my videos.
An interesting feature on the playlist is you can click one. You can click the first video, and it will cycle through all of them.
Yes, it'll run through every single video in that list. He says he doesn't have one. Where would he go to create a playlist? I forget.
I'm going to look right here and find out. I'm going to go to my
because
channel.
I just do it from the details page. Whenever it says add to playlist, and I just open it up, and if I don't have a playlist, I create one that pertains to that video and I stick it in there.
Okay. Does he have? I'm assuming he's got a channel.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he's got home and videos, community channels. About how many subscribers does he have?
I don't remember. Hang on.
Maybe playlists don't show up until you got X amount of subscribers.
Oh. Hang on. Let me go find him.
But I've got my playlist of Adobe, Life After Adobe, Cutting the Cord. And I got another playlist that says Adobe Alternatives, which shows all the other alternatives.
Oh, yeah, he's got a playlist tab. Hang on.
Okay.
But he doesn't have any playlists. But he's got a tab.
All right. So he should be able to Let's see here.
And he's got 226 videos.
Well, he may have to, let's see, manage videos.
I forget where you go to do that.
He may have to do that in Studio.
YouTube Studio.
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see.
It's not
Okay. Okay. If he goes into Studio,
Uh-huh.
if he goes into content,
Okay.
you got videos, live, post, and playlist.
Oh yeah, look at there. Who
Hit
knew?
playlist. If you click playlist and then come up to the top right where it says create,
Oh yeah, okay.
hit create, and second from the bottom says new playlist.
New playlist. There it is right there. Yeah.
So you create your playlist and then you go back and direct the videos that you want to put in that playlist.
Into that. Okay. Okay.
So like if I go to, let's see,
Does that help, Carl?
I hope I didn't run through it too fast.
No, I don't think so. And
If I
You
go
can
to
do a
Golf Course
timestamp.
Granny, if I go to videos, so you should be able to, he should be able to open up whatever file he's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it says save at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
save video to, let's see, watch later, see your playlist in there.
Mm-hmm.
You can also create a new playlist there. So run a video, Charlotte.
Now?
Well, I'm just saying when you have a video running,
Uh-huh.
you've got your like button, your thumbs up, your share, thanks, clip, and all
Oh
that.
yeah.
Over where it says save,
Okay.
at the bottom you can create a playlist there,
Oh yeah.
and then
Yeah,
up at the top
yeah.
it says save video to, and you just click the playlist you want it to go
To
to.
that play. Okay. Let me see if I can find it on here.
In fact, you can save it the same file to multiple playlists at the same time.
Yeah, because you can click on multiple. Yeah, okay. Just like in the details
Yep.
section.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So did that help, Carl?
I hope so.
Or did I go through it too fast?
Look, if I could follow you, anybody can.
Some people will make a playlist of their live videos
Mm-hmm.
and just put them on there.
That
Now,
is true.
I have a playlist, and it just says, can't get enough Grumpas. Here's my files. Here's my list of videos. And, if you want to, you can start on the very first video, and it'll run through every video I have
Mm-hmm.
until it ends.
Wow.
Now, if you're somebody like Marcel, you let that bad boy run, it'll run about 2.5 days.
Right. Mine's the same way though.
See, I don't have that. I don't have but about 40 files.
Oh, that's all?
That's it.
Oh wow. Downloads. Booyah. There's that video. Hang on, let's see. No, I don't want to delete it. What are you talking about? Okay. Share. Oh, shit.
Sometimes you
works.
have to get an app. You have to get a third-party app to download the files.
Yeah, but on my computer, on my phone, it will not let me put it in a playlist. Wait a minute. Save. Let's see. Oh, yes, it does. I'm stupid. You know what I should do? New playlist. Title music. I should put all of my kids' band and chorus and all of that stuff in that list.
Maybe
Oh
I
my
pu-
goodness.
maybe I puked up too much information because Carl's brain exploded.
It may be.
He hasn't responded.
That's so funny.
Sometimes I regurgitate more than what people want to hear.
No, I think the way you did, honestly, I could understand what you were saying, and you know, I'm a little technically challenged. I'm gonna do something real quick. You're gonna love this, maybe.
Okay.
Oh God, how do I search for it? I forget now. Oh, me. If we get feedback, I'm sorry for a minute, okay?
That's all right.
I'll get rid of it as soon as I can. Okay. Oh, there it is. Holy Toledo. Yay. What is this? Come on, expand. Okay.
Are you going to share the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I gotta back it up a little bit. Put it on pause. Stop. There. Okay, let's see.
Uh-oh. I think you froze.
There you are. I see you.
I can hear you. You're
You see
back.
me? Okay, great. Okay. I forget how to do this. Okay, there we go. I don't know how big it's going to be, but what just happened? Oh.
There you go. Now who is this?
This is my son, Benjamin.
And
But
how old is he?
they will call, he was gonna guess and say about 17 in this picture.
Oh, okay.
He's 27.
And this
now.
is the ukulele song. I wrote it myself. I was strumming a tune, trying to pass the time till noon. I was playing all alone, I was on my own. And then they wandered in. At first it was nothing, and then they came over to see. That's when they said to me, "Whoa, is that a ukulele? Wow, that's so sexy." You. And then they started smiling. Wow, that's really something. I mean, that's just amazing. But they weren't talking about me, they just love my ukulele.
I love it.
He didn't it?
Ukulele. Later on that same day, I was waiting out the rain. Then they all came right in, close to where I was standing. At first, they just listened, and then their eyes listened. And then they came over to see. That's when they said to me, "Whoa, is that a ukulele? Wow, that's so sexy." So I played a song or two, and then they started smiling. Wow, that's really something. I mean, that's just amazing. But they weren't talking about me, they just love my ukulele. 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 Later on in the park, I was waiting after dark. She was sitting all alone. I put on a show. At first, she just listened, and then her eyes listened. Then she came over to see. That's when she said to me, "Whoa, is that a ukulele? Wow, that's so sexy." So I played a song or two, and then they started smiling. Wow, that's really something. I mean, that's just amazing. But they weren't talking about me. They just love my ukulele. Ukulele.
Very clever.
Yeah.
Ukulele.
Now, was it the talent show or
They just
something?
love my ukulele.
It was a choir concert.
They
Okay.
just love my ukulele.
Very good. Very good.
He is so talented. You should hear him now. I mean, that's when he was just a kid. And that boy can play that ukulele and just make it do whatever he wants it to do now.
I think I lost Carl.
Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, he wrote that song when he was about 16 and he played it for his choir instructor. And the guy said, "You have got to play this at the next concert." Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you. I'll let him know you liked it. In fact, he called me today. And he's the one that has the son. He just had the son that turned a year old in July. And
Okay.
in fact, his son and my daughter's son have the same birthday. So two of my grandsons have the same birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it was kind of funny. I heard from him first this morning. And then my other son, Bailey, called me. And then at about 10 o'clock tonight, no, 9:30, my other son called me. I said,
Wow.
"Holy crap, I'm a popular mom today. I've heard from 4 of my kids." And of course, 2 of them live here. So that's 6. The only one I didn't hear from was the oldest. So, but that's okay. She lives like 4 miles down the street. I can see her anytime I
I
want to.
remember my grandma was in the nursing home,
Mm-hmm.
and me and my wife went to see we stopped by to see her, and I guess one of my cousins had stopped by to see her earlier. And then a little bit later, somebody else stopped to see her. she
She said, "Am I dying?"
that's exactly what she
No,
said.
are you kidding
She called my mom in Indiana. She said, "Bill and Julie was here, and then so and so stopped by, and then this evening someone. Am I dying?" And she was serious.
Look, Carl, they better not all be showing up for Christmas dinner. I will be one crazy mom if see, I got 7 kids, Carl, and when they're all together at the same time, I just want to knock their heads together like dominoes. Boom, 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 boom. Because it can get loud. The loudest one gets heard. And it's not just my 7 kids. I've got 2 sons-in-law, and I've got a daughter-in-law. And then, of course, there's the boyfriend and the girlfriend of the other one. And it's like, oh, my God, this is too many people. But I love it. I do love it. And I can stand them all for just Christmas dinner.
Well, visitors are nice when you know they're leaving sometime.
Yes. Yes, they are. And it's funny, though, because you know that old saying that company is like fish. It starts to stink after 3 days.
I've heard that.
It's true with children, too.
No kidding.
I never thought I would say that as a mom. I'd always thought I would want them to come and stay and blah, blah. No. You'll be having McDonald's for Christmas. Oh, you're on your own. Well, why don't you make yourself something nice?
Buy yourself something pretty.
That's right. Darn it.
Well, Carl, I'm sorry if I confused you.
Yeah.
Just forget what I said about going to the studio and just go straight to the video.
Yeah, go straight to your video and click on save, and you'll be
Yeah,
able
I
to do
forgot.
whatever you need to do.
I forgot it was there.
Yeah. And it can get overwhelming when you don't know where to go and what to do in that YouTube studio.
Well, I set my playlist up probably a couple of years ago. So it's
Yeah, that's what I did too.
I
Yeah.
forgot how I did it.
Right, right. Is that another ad behind you?
Yeah, I got one that's running ads. I don't.
You know what I'd like to learn how to do is do one of those countdown things. You know, like when you go to somebody's video and they got like a 10-second countdown
Yeah.
before.
Doesn't
I have
StreamYard have
no
one?
idea. I have
Doesn't-
no idea how to do that.
I think StreamYard's got a countdown.
Where?
Well, I can't see it. I can't see it here.
Oh,
But you
yeah,
should be
that's
able to
true.
see it
You
on the
can.
right. You should,
On the-
all that stuff on the right. Don't you have a like for banners and
Yeah. I got
different stuff like
banners,
that?
brand, and private chat and comments.
I can't. Well,
And I've got edit. What am I editing? Oh, the details section.
is it in banners or something? Maybe you can only do that in the paid version. I thought
I
there
got
was
the paid version.
I thought I saw somebody had a banner.
In fact, I'm thinking about canceling the paid version, and I'll tell you why. You know, before I was doing more than 20 hours a week of live streaming.
Right.
I mean, month.
Right.
Now I'm not. So I'm thinking, well, that's $25 I can put toward the down payment of my house every month.
Well, that's true. And the thing is, what benefit do you have? You're still transmitting at 720.
Right. Right.
You never have more than 4 people on. And
Right.
The free version goes to what, 6?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes I have 5, but not often at all.
Yeah, you never max out the 6.
Right. Right. And don't want to.
Well, I'm still investigating EV Mux
Yeah.
because I like it's like I said earlier with the software, it's a challenge because
Yeah.
it does so much more than StreamYard will do.
Right.
And I like the 1080p
Okay. Okay.
because it just gives everybody a sharper picture.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
All you
I've been
is
trying like
restream.
crazy to get a sharper picture. I get a better picture with my little Logitech.
Well,
But what I have found is that I don't know if it overheats or what happens, but it just completely quits and I have to go back to my webcam. I mean, my in computer.
right. Well, I mean, every time I leave the stream and come back, I have to reset up my Logitech cameras because like here's a good example right here. See how blue everything is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I can go in and adjust the
Right.
colors and all that stuff.
Right.
Like this right here. So I can come in here and change the white balance.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of this white balance that knocks it back
Oh,
down.
look at that.
I can change the brightness and the contrast and hit apply,
Yeah.
but the camera doesn't store it.
Oh.
So I have to before every stream, I have to go in and do that one. I have to come in on my overhead. See that
Right.
one there's all washed out.
Yeah.
So I usually come in there and I'll have to take them and just pull the brightness down a little bit.
Right.
But it saves it in the property settings for the camera, but it doesn't save them.
Right. I don't
You
even know where to go to do all those adjustments on my computer
Well,
because I don't have an app for Logitech.
they've got. I mean, they've
Do I
got.
download it or something?
Yeah,
Or
you can probably download something for Logitech.
okay. Okay.
But-
I'll take a look at that tomorrow.
But the problem is that software has to be running. to get the benefit from it.
Right.
And based on the horsepower of your computer,
Oh,
it might drag your stream down a little bit.
yes, it will. Yes, it will.
So what
I
I
can't
did,
even have more than 2 tabs open at a time.
so in the department of there's always something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've been talking to the dude about doing some live cooks,
Okay.
which
Okay.
meant I wanted a couple cameras to put out on the deck. So I thought, okay, I got 3 Logitechs in here. I'm going to take 2 of them outside,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm replacing them with the face cams.
Face.
So the face cam is Elgato face cam camera.
Okay.
It's just a more higher end webcam,
Okay.
but that's what you're looking at now. I'm using
Okay.
a face cam.
Okay.
It's not Logitech.
Okay.
So I bought 2 more
Oh wow.
to replace the Logitechs that I'll use outside.
Okay.
So like I said, there's always something. These have
Right.
to have USB 3. Now we're back to my 8-year-old computer. I don't have very many USB 3 ports to
Mm-hmm.
support the cameras that I just bought.
What
to
is a
replace the
USB 3?
It's a faster USB connection. USB, and then they came out with faster connection USB 2. Then they came out USB 3 is even faster than that. Because a lot of your external hard drives and stuff use that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now I've had to order a card, a USB card to add more USB ports to my computer. It's supposed to be in tomorrow. So hopefully I can add that to my computer and be able to get my cameras to work. It's just
Oh my gosh.
there's always a hitch someplace.
It's like remodeling a house.
Well, it kind of is.
You know, you
The wife gave me a green light this morning. She said, if you need another computer, it's time you built one. Because I used to build a new computer every year.
oh wow.
I mean, I'd buy a new case, new motherboard, to just start from scratch every year. And then I would repurpose the one I had or find somebody that needed one or an upgrade,
Mhm.
and just pass it along that way. But this one here has been working fine all these years. And the only reason I would update is if I ran across something that didn't want to run on the equipment that I had.
Mhm.
Now it's time to soup it. Like having a car. That's time to soup up the engine a little bit. So
Right.
it'll do what I needed to do.
Right.
So we may have come to that point now,
Uh-huh.
this thing just having some age on it. But she gave me the green light this morning. She said, if you need to build one to keep your stream going, go ahead and do it.
Very good.
But
Very
I think,
good.
it's another one of them things I want it, but do I really want to spend the money on it?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I'd love to have a new one, but I just spent $2,000 between.
Well, I hear you. I just spent $1,100 to get a tree cut down.
Right. But I told you the story about my stove and then having to
Yeah.
replace the tires and the battery in the truck.
Preaching to the choir.
And I forget what else happened. Oh, well, I also spent close to $600 fixing Hazel.
And I spent $7,500 on the ductwork and insulation.
Yeah. Oh, God.
just-
It's just never ending, isn't it?
$3,000 for the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Got the tree.
Well, I was lucky because this year I saved a lot more than I did last year. So I was able to get all that done and not feel strapped. And that's a first for me. It's just never happened
Yeah.
ever. And it's nice. It's so nice.
Well, I'm fixing to have a double income.
What?
So I'm going to spend a little bit of money before the end of the year. Well, my Social Security benefit should.
Oh,
kick
that's
in.
right. That's right.
And it's going to retro back to July. So that first check should be 3 or 4 months combined.
Yay!
So I got a couple bills I'm going to pay off,
Mm-hmm.
and I may end up getting another camera. I may end up building a new computer. I don't know yet.
Right.
But my intention is to start free and clear of
Living on
everything
that.
in January. And the wife don't know it, but I'm going to have my regular paycheck automatically deposited in an account she don't know about.
Good for you.
And we're going to live on my Social Security.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have to tighten our belts. We're tightening our belts. But if I ain't got no money to go anywhere, I'll have a new computer and a camera.
Darn right you will.
So that's my plan.
Right. Right. I think it's a great plan, to be
And
honest with
then
you.
that other stuff going in a new account, that'd just be an Easter egg for her to find someday. When I'm gone.
Okay.
I mean, always be there in case something emergency comes, a medical
Gotcha.
emergency or something like that. But it's not something
Hmm.
we're going to discuss.
But you just want to keep it on the DL until you need it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could sock away a year or two's worth of income from my
Mhm.
present job, why
Mhm.
not?
Right. I agree with you. Because now you can work and collect without any penalties of any sort, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the only downside is that it might throw you into a higher tax bracket
Ouch.
because that's considered income and
That's
it's
right.
taxable. It's taxable.
See, that
So,
is one beautiful thing about Wesley's VA
yeah.
disability. It is tax free. It's beautiful.
Well, your Social Security is supposed to be the money they withheld all these years
And
pre-tax.
already taxed. No, well, oh, I guess it is
Supposed to be-
pre-tax.
yeah, it's pre-tax. So, but on paper, it's supposed to be, by the time you retire and need it,
Mhm.
then you're in a lower tax bracket.
Right, right. But when you have a job and you're collecting, you're going to be in a higher one.
But
Mhm.
to me, it's a no-brainer to go ahead and work and pay the higher taxes and at least still have another job.
Oh yeah.
You can't give up a year's income because you don't want to pay, a couple
$3,000, $5,000, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't have a computer, Carl? How do you do your videos?
What do you use your phone? Because that's what I do. I mean, well, until I used to exclusively use my phone.
Yeah, I've never tried my phone.
Yeah. I'm very well, let me take that back.
I know a lot of people, that's all they do is use their phone. And
I
my
was-
hat's off to them. My fingers are just too fat. And my eyesight's not the best, so I can't.
Mhm.
I have difficulty manipulating with the phone.
Right. I was very comfortable with my first phone that I used. And then I got this Google Pixel, 7? Let me show you something. See where the buttons are?
Yes.
They're right in the middle of the phone, just about.
Yeah, so are mine.
Well, try putting a tripod over this.
Yeah, see, mine's like yours.
On my other phone, they were way up here, so I could
Yeah.
stick my tripod right here, and it was all balanced and everything.
Yeah.
This is
I know
not
what
this,
you're talking about.
and that drives me nuts. And also, the camera works a little differently, and I haven't gotten used to it yet. What happened to your lighting? Oh,
No. There you go. My fat fingers hit a button. It
you
shouldn't
pulled
have.
the plug. But
Everything on the phone, including his live streams.
okay. I used to do the same thing. And actually,
That might be why he can't see a playlist,
it could be.
because the desktop versions of YouTube and the phone version of YouTube look
Or a little
completely
different. Let me check it out, okay? Hang on. Oh, no, I don't want to do that one. Okay, so.
See, there's always something. He's got a phone.
Mhm. Okay, let me see how to do this. Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, there's that video. Now, Okay. You can do it on a phone.
Okay. You listen up, Carl.
Okay. There's my phone. And what you're going to do is scroll all the way over in that list right there underneath your name, all the way. Oh, shoot. You're going to go all the way to the end and click on save it here. Oh, shoot. I'm not close enough.
That's all right. We can see.
Okay.
You hit save.
You're going to hit save. I just hit save. I think I did. Oh, it just says saved. Wait a minute. Something happened. Then you're going to go click the save button again. Oh, Jesus. And it's going to say save video to. And right here it says new playlist. Well, you'll click that and create the name of your playlist, and it will highlight right there, like that blue box right there.
Is you're pointing to existing playlist now, right? Is what you're pointing at. That list you see? You
Yeah,
don't see
that's
that
an
video.
existing playlist. You won't see those
Yeah.
until you hit this button over here that says create a new playlist.
There you go.
Then you'll create it, and it will automatically throw that video into that playlist. And then you hit done down here at the bottom, and it's done.
Ta-da.
Ta-da! But yeah, I got a ton of playlists. Look at that. I can scroll for days.
Oh, wow. You're really organized.
No. No. Look for a playlist to put a video in, and if there isn't one that pertains to that kind of subject, I create another one that does.
And Carl, when you put it in the playlist, it does not remove it from the video tab.
No. Mm-mm.
You're just saving a marker.
Right. You know what I should do?
You explained that a whole lot better than I did.
Really? I don't think so.
Even I got it.
Look at there. What I was saying about my phone is that I can't figure out how to adjust the colors, because I think that the last video I posted, the colors sucked bad. It was all washed out and too white and too bright.
Could be in your
And
editing software.
well, I did do that.
Okay.
And I thought it looked okay. And then when I uploaded it, I was like, the hell is that?
Can a master? It'll let you do that? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. KineMaster lets you do a lot of stuff. Have you ever been to Scully's channel?
Yes. I visited.
Everything he does on his overlays and stuff, that's all KineMaster.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. You
Now,
can
generally, if I have to tweak, and I generally do, on my videos, I usually go in and I'll touch up the contrast a little bit. First, I do a white balance.
I don't know how to do that.
Usually, there's an automatic where you can just click it and it'll white balance it for you.
Oh.
But I white balance it first, and then I go back and I adjust my colors. If I have, sometimes it'd be a little oversaturated, so I'll back off the colors a little bit so that the reds don't bleed.
Right. Or
And
the
then
blues or greens.
And then last I adjust the contrast just a touch, just enough to give it a little pop. And generally, that's all I do.
Yeah.
As far as the coloring, I hardly ever have. I don't think I've ever had to adjust the hue.
Well, I think it's the white balance that really bothers me so much, the brightness.
Now some software will have an automatic white balance. You just click it.
Okay.
And in some software will have like an eyedropper. And it, instead of your arrow, it'll turn into an eyedropper.
I'm gonna look.
So if you put on white balance and you get your eyedropper, then you go in your video and find something that's white. And you click it, and you're telling the computer this
is white.
supposed to be white, and it'll
So adjust
adjust
everything else around it to
adjust everything.
right. Okay.
And
That
a lot
makes
of times you can do it on white, and every once in a while I'll do it on the black. My blacks look a little gray or a little brown. You click on it, and once you do that, a lot of times you don't have to adjust the contrast.
Oh.
That's why contrast is last.
Oh.
That's how I do it. Now, an expert may say contrast has to be first, but what works for me is making it last.
Right. Right. Oh, well, would you look at that? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm doing 14 different things now.
That's all right. It's keeping you
Look
awake.
at
Isn't
here.
it?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I finally can multitask. What the hell is that all about?
Oh, man, it's after 4.
Yeah, it is. I got to get off of here.
Well, we kept you awake.
You did, and I thank you for it. Carl and the other 4 people who are sitting in my chat, thank you so much for being here.
Carl don't edit videos. Now he's bragging.
Oh, yeah, he's bragging now. Yeah, I don't edit video. That's the worst job of the whole stinking YouTube to me. I hate it. And I know you love it, but I can't
That's
stand
the
it.
fun part.
Anyhow, I'm going to get off of here. Thanks, Grumpus,
All right.
as always. It's been a pleasure. And I will talk to you again sometime soon, okay?
I'm ready to hang anytime. So I'll talk
Yeah,
to you.
everybody take care. Good night.
Have a good night, Charlotte. Good night,
Thank you.
Carl and Dwayne. I think that's all that's left.
Yeah.
All
Take
right,
care,
guys.
everybody.
We'll
Bye-bye.
see you.